Good afternoon. I'm Mark Updegrove, the President and CEO of the LBJ Foundation. Welcome to our commemoration of the 60th anniversary of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. And thank you, a huge thank you to the Houston-Tillotson Choir, to Ruthie Foster, and to Brian Cranston for introducing this in such a grand manner. The walls of the LBJ Auditorium once again echo with history and voices from the past. 8 years after speaking to Americans in advance of signing the Civil Rights Act, which made real our nation's most sacred promise of all men are created equal, Lyndon Johnson stood on this stage as a former president and delivered his last public remarks. Battling a weak heart, President Johnson defied doctors' orders to give a keynote address at a civil rights symposium he had convened to talk about the state of race in America. He had something to say, and he was determined to say it. Until we overcome unequal history, he declared, we can't overcome unequal opportunity. There is work still to be done, so let's be on with it. The work would fall to others. The following month, our 36th president died of a heart attack at his beloved LBJ ranch. But even now, half a century later, we hear his call. Since then, 4 other presidents, including the first African-American president, have graced this stage to recognize the advancement of civil rights and to talk about the work still to be done. Today, we are deeply honored to welcome the 46th president, Joe Biden, who has made the central cause of his presidency the preservation and strengthening of democracy and has pursued a policy of equity for all, including people of color and others who have been historically underserved, marginalized, and adversely affected by persistent poverty and inequality. Among the many things he has done is to appoint the first black woman, Ketanji Brown Jackson, to the U.S. Supreme Court, and to choose as his running mate Kamala Harris, the first black woman, South Asian American to hold the vice president, but you already knew that. We are grateful to President Biden for his policy to bolster voting rights, which have been severely weakened since Lyndon Johnson signed the Voting Rights Act in 1965, and for all of his efforts to return our nation to the democratic norms and values that provide ballast to our great republic. Dr. Martin Luther King said, "The arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends toward justice." America is at its strongest when justice prevails, and when the winds of change make our country more united, more inclusive, more righteous. The Civil Rights Act we commemorate today, as well as the Voting Rights Act and Fair Housing Act, all championed and signed by Lyndon Johnson, are on exhibition in the LBJ Library's Great Hall just above us. Those transformative laws are surrounded by iconic photographs of the activists who held the front lines of the civil rights movement, and whose unyielding fearlessness in the face of racial tyranny helped bend the side of Martin Luther King. Carter said, "Andy Young is the brightest star in the American firmament. He's a man who represents integrity and understanding, humility and purpose. He has carried on well the heritage of Martin Luther King." To introduce the President of the United States, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Ambassador Andrew Young.
I was lined up waiting to be sworn in for Congress. And there was another little fella in the Senate who was too young to get in. They had to wait 3 or 4 days till he turned 30 to swear him in as a United States Senator. For the last 50 years, he has devoted himself to fulfilling the dreams of the American people, all of them, rich, poor, black, white, red, green, gay, straight, whatever we are. And I'm here reminding you that if you live long enough, all of us are going to be handicapped one day. But few people have been able to thrive and succeed in the midst of so much pressure and tension and responsibility as Joe Biden. And I was thinking what I should say, and I said that maybe Ray Charles said it best when he started his recording of America the Beautiful with the third verse of that song. And it said, "Oh, beautiful for heroes proved in liberating strife, who more than self their country loved, and mercy more than life. America, America, may God thy gold refine, till all success be nobleness, and every gain divine." I think that is a promise fulfilled in the life of the 46th President of the United States, Joseph Biden. Mr. President,
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Really. Thank you. Please. Please. Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. Mr. Ambassador, thanks for that introduction, and above all, for your friendship over the years. There's literally one word that comes to mind every time I think of Andy Young. The word's integrity, absolute integrity. And thank you to the Johnson family for carrying forward the legacy of a truly great president and first lady. Your mom was incredible as well. The same goes to Mark Upgrove, president of the LBJ Foundation. It's great to be back here. I thank you all and the distinguished guests gathered here today. Look, I was in college at the University of Delaware in our early beginning years when I heard the news of that President Kennedy had been assassinated. I remember exactly like anybody in my generation remembers exactly where they were sitting, standing, or walking. I was on the steps of one of the university halls called Hullion Hall at the university, listening on a transistor radio with 3 other people. Seemed unbelievable. And then, later watching President Johnson help the nation find a way forward. In his first address after the tragedy, President Johnson said, and I quote, "Nothing could more eloquently honor President Kennedy's memory than the earliest passage of the Civil Rights Bill." That's what he said. As a kid coming up, I always admired President Johnson for his public service, whether it was a school teacher in South Texas, a master
of the United States Senate, historic Vice President and President, his philosophy was simple. In a great society, no one should be left behind. He'd say, it's time for us to come to see that every American gets a decent break and a fair chance to make good. And as Andy Young said, President Johnson met repeatedly with the civil rights leaders and built a coalition to bring that vision to life. And he did. He brought it to life. Over 50 years, the LBJ Foundation has convened this symposium to reflect one of the crowning achievements, the Civil Rights Act of 1964, a defining moment that has since opened doors of opportunities for all Americans, regardless of race, sexual orientation, gender identity, religion, national origin. Together with the Voting Rights Act and the Fair Housing Act, these three landmark laws he signed are remarkable in their scale and their scope. Taken together, these three acts have made this nation fundamentally more fair, fundamentally more just, and most importantly, fundamentally more consistent with our founding principles. For real. And we're a better nation because of them. We must be clear. Their work, our work, is not done. It's not done. We do not celebrate these laws as part of our past, but as critical components of our future. President Johnson understood what President Lincoln understood in his own time, that the courts would determine
failures for the Secret Service since 1981, since the attempted assassination of President Ronald Reagan. It is incumbent upon this committee to determine why those security failures happened. Just after the shooting, Secret Service put out an official statement from your spokesperson that says there's an untrue assertion that a member of the former president's team requested additional security resources and that those were rebuffed. This is absolutely false. In fact, we added protective resources and technology and capabilities as part of the increased campaign travel tempo. Was this tweet accurate?
With respect to Butler, Pennsylvania, it is accurate, sir.
It is accurate that the Trump team had not asked for additional security and had not been rebuffed.
If you're talking about Butler, Pennsylvania, all assets requested were approved. If you're talking about the media reporting of assets requested, there were times when assets were unavailable and not able to be filled, and those gaps were staffed with state and local law enforcement tactical assets.
So I'm reading from the Washington Post, July 20th, 2024. Secret Service said to have denied requests for more security at Trump events. The opening paragraph, top officials of the U.S. Secret Service repeatedly denied requests for additional resources and personnel sought by Donald Trump's security detail in the 2 years leading up to his attempted assassination, according to 4 people familiar with the requests. Is that right, that repeatedly the Trump detail asked for more resources and repeatedly Secret Service leadership turned that down?
That is not accurate, Senator. Assets are requested. There's a process that is made. And
how many requests did the Trump team or the Trump detail ask for?
I can get you that number in a queue.
You don't know now.
So I can speak to the ones that reported in the Washington Post, and we can go through them if you like.
But you don't know how many requests there were.
In general, how many requests since 2021 that the former Trump detail has made a request for assets?
You've had 2 weeks. You had a spokesperson put something out that is false on its face. By the way, did you approve this statement when it went out?
I don't know if I did or didn't, Senator.
Has this spokesperson, is he still employed? Does he still have a job?
He is still employed, Senator.
So he lied on behalf of the Secret Service. He still has a job. Did your predecessor, the former director, did she approve this statement?
Senator, our comms team, they send out statements, they do deconflict them, and they put them out.
Did she approve this statement?
I don't know if she did or did not, Senator.
And you don't know if you did either?
I don't recall approving it, Senator.
Will you commit to provide this committee in writing every written request for additional resources from the Trump campaign or the Trump detail and every response from Secret Service?
Senator, I will commit to providing responses and getting you the information that you are seeking.
Let me ask you something. And who makes the decision to deny those requests? Did you make that decision?
Which requests? Are you talking about the ones that were in the
Any of
Washington
them.
Post?
Yes.
So the process, sir, is that a detail will make a request for either staffing, technical assets, that is handled between the field office and the detail. It goes up to a logistics office between our
Okay,
office
so
of
there's a bureaucracy. Is there a decision maker?
It's not a bureaucracy, Senator.
Give me
It's
the
a
person
process.
that's a decision maker. Is there one?
Senator, it's a conversation. It's not just an absolute yay or nay.
So let me tell you what I believe. I believe that the Secret Service leadership made a political decision to deny these requests. And I think the Biden administration has been suffused with partisan politics. Did the same person who denied the request for additional security to President Trump also repeatedly deny the request for security to Robert F. Kennedy Jr., whose father was murdered by an assassin and whose uncle was murdered by an assassin? Did the same person make that decision?
Senator, what I will tell you is that Secret Service agents are not political.
Okay, you're not answering my question. But you know what? Leadership appointed by the president, leadership appointed by the president is political. I have a simple question, yes or no. Did the same person deny the Trump request that also denied the RFK request? That's a yes or no question.
Senator, that is not a yes or no question. One, there is a process for a candidate nominee to receive protection.
Does the buck stop anywhere? Does the buck stop anywhere?
Bipartisan process that the Hill participates
in. It's a bicameral, bipartisan process. What camera?
For a candidate,
you are not a Congress. You don't have a camera.
Mr. Kennedy submitted a request that was referred over to the CPAC.
Okay, you're refusing to answer the question. Let me ask, because the failures on that day were catastrophic. By the way, is it true that on the day of the Butler event that Secret Service transferred agent from President Trump to the First Lady?
No, sir, that's not true.
That's been widely reported.
It's not true. There was one airport agent that actually went on the manpower request for the Trump detail. They handled the arrival at the airport
What
for
is
the First Lady.
What was the relative size of the Trump detail compared to the detail that is assigned to the President or the First Lady?
Senator, the former president travels with a full shift, just like the president.
What's so the exact same size? Is that your testimony that President Trump had the same size detail that President Biden has?
On the day of in Butler, the agents surrounding him, it is the same number of agents surrounding the president today. There is a difference between a sitting president who also not only
Hold on, you're using president in a way that is not clear. Is it your testimony that in Butler, Pennsylvania, Donald Trump had the same number of agents protecting him that Joe Biden has at a comparable event?
I'm telling you the shift, the close protection shift surrounding.
That's
what you asked me, Senator, and I'm trying to answer it.
You are not answering it. Is it the same number of agents or not?
Senator, there is a difference between the sitting president of the United States.
Then what's the difference?
The difference?
2x, 3x, 5x,
National
10x?
Command Authority to launch a nuclear strike, sir.
I'm not
there are other
asking
assets
how many more
travel
agents?
with the president that the former president will
you are
not
refusing
get.
to
But
answer
the number
straight.
of Secret Service agents protecting him.
Stop interrupting me.
Go ahead,
You
Senator.
are refusing to answer clear and direct questions. I am asking the relative difference in the number of agents between those assigned to Donald Trump and those assigned to Joe Biden. I'm not asking why you assign more to Joe Biden. I'm asking, is the difference, is it 2x? Is it 3x? Is it 5x? Is it 10x?
Senator, I will get you that number so you can see it with your own eyes.
Senator Marshall, you're recognized for your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Rowe, there was probably 10 buildings within sniper range of President Trump on that afternoon. Why was the building being used by the sniper not in the security zone?
That's a question that I've asked, Senator. There was a decision that we were going to construct the site and it was going to maintain within the Butler Farm site, Butler Farm Show site. That building, that AGR, was right on the curtilage of our outer perimeter. And it's something that I, again, having been there and walked it, I had a hard time understanding.
So there's no protocol that says anything within 300, 500 yards, direct line of the president, should be in or out of the security zone. There's not a protocol that describes that.
So, Senator, what we try to do is we try to either control the high ground or mitigate line of sight concerns.
Okay. You've stated that on multiple occasions, President Trump's team was denied more of a detail, more assets. Who denies that? Who is the person that denies that, generally speaking?
So, Senator, there's a process. Again, there's a conversation had with the detail.
There's got to be a buck stopping. There's got to be someone. Who is the person? Is it a level within the D.C. agencies? Is it someone in the Pittsburgh office? Who denies this?
It has nothing to do with the Pittsburgh office,
Okay.
sir. It is a conversation between not only the detail, the field office, but also.
I don't want to know the conversation. I want to know who makes the decision.
The decision, sir, is it's our process between the Office of Protective Operations and the Office of Investigations.
Is there a title for this position?
It is called we affectionately call it the War Room, and it's where all of our logistics files into.
So it's a room that makes the decision.
It is a staffing and assignments officer.
Okay. Is the Secret Service required to do a briefing with all entities of law enforcement involved in the event of the days leading up to the event and the day of the event?
We do a police meeting, sir, where we start the initial
So it's required.
process.
Is it required? Is it part of your standard operating procedure?
The police meeting is what initiates the advance, and that is what is required.
Was this meeting held on that day?
The police meeting took place on the days prior to that.
Do you have documents of that meeting was actually happened?
If we do, sir, I will get them to you.
But you're saying that it did not happen on the day of the event.
So I think what you're referring to is a briefing that the state and locals would have done with themselves. We did a briefing with our own folks. They briefed.
When did you? Did your people meet with local law enforcement the day of the assassination attempt?
Yes.
Okay, and you realize that the local law enforcement says no, that meeting never happened, and that's why we need to get these people in to talk to us, and this is why the FBI needs to be speaking up sooner than later and say that meeting did or didn't happen. Surely there's some type of documentation of that meeting one way or the other. Is there documentation of that meeting?
So, Senator, I can tell you that what you're referring to is the counter sniper team seconded to Butler ESU. Our personnel met with the team lead from Butler ESU, and they discussed areas of concern, areas of responsibility, and that did in fact happen at the site on that day.
Director, I think you would agree with me that there were multiple individual and institutional failures the day of this assassination attempt. You have a $3 billion budget. You're still 2,000 employees short. And in 2022, the Secret Service had a 48% departure rate. That tells me you either have a cultural problem or just gross incompetence. Which one is it?
So, Senator, I would challenge that 48% departure rate. Let me get you some statistics that we have. It is not 48%.
But go back to the multiple failures that we saw on an individual basis as long as systemic. I think it proves that there's either incompetence or some type of a cultural problem within the SS.
So, Senator, I know you're not calling our workforce incompetent, and I know we do not have a cultural problem. If anything, we are dedicated to making sure that we don't have mission failure. And let me get you the hiring numbers that we have, because I think you will actually see that, no, we've actually done very well fairly recently with trying to make sure that we have the numbers that we need. Of course, we need more people. Everybody does. But let me get you those numbers, and I think let your own eyes
Would you
see
also
it.
disagree with me when it's reported that almost 50% of the rank and file officers don't trust leadership within the Secret Service?
Senator, I think it's the right of every worker to talk bad about their boss.
Thank you. I yield back.
Senator Hirono, you're recognized for your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Clearly, there is a lot that the Secret Service has to answer for in this stunning security failure. But I do want to follow up on Mr. Abate's testimony that an online profile of the shooter may have been found, and you said it contains anti-Semitic and anti-immigrant postings. Can you elaborate? Have you found anything further in the shooter's profile?
Senator, this was just discovered, as I mentioned, and it's being closely analyzed right now. We need to verify that it is, in fact, that it belonged to the now deceased shooter and that he made these comments. So that's why I felt it important in the interest of transparency to share that here, but add the caveat that we still have a lot of work to do, which we're working on quickly to determine that. It's of importance, I think, because if it is, in fact, the shooter that posted these comments, it's the first real indication where he's expressing what are described as extremist views and talking about political violence.
I take it that once you determine that it was in fact the shooter who posted these kinds of comments, that you will let the public know as well as this committee?
Absolutely, Senator.
I think, in fact, it is very important that many of the perpetrators of mass shootings, et cetera, have these kinds of postings online that are very anti-immigrant, anti-Semitic, anti-everything. And it is really important as we determine the kind of profile for many of these shooters that we understand how critical it is that we are careful, how critically important it is that people are careful about what they're posting online, the misinformation, disinformation, everything else along those lines. This is for Mr. Abate once again. What kind of firearm, what kind of weapon did Crooks use in the assassination attempt?
This was an AR-15 style rifle manufactured by a company named Panther Arms.
And once again, many of the persons involved in these kinds of mass shootings use this particular kind of weapon. We know from similar hearings that the Judiciary Committee has had that we are a nation awash in guns. In your view, shouldn't we be doing more to prevent the easy accessibility of these kinds of firearms in our country?
Senator, we're focused on collecting the facts here, and I'm not going to comment on something like that.
Well, I know that that there is a hesitancy to ask about firearms and all of that, and I should think that as a law enforcement person that you probably have some opinions along those lines, but you don't want to articulate what to many people in our country. There's a causal factor here, the easy accessibility of guns. And I want to ask that question because I think it's important that the American people understand that, we are a nation that is awash in guns, and we have more mass shootings than any other country, and yet we have been unable to pass the kind of laws that prevent these kinds of firearms to be easily available, that we have not done enough to promote gun safety in our country. And Mr. Chairman, I wanted to articulate that as the elephant in the room that nobody wants to address, including apparently our law enforcement officers. I am disappointed in that, but obviously we have a work to do to create a much safer environment and to prevent persons who have these kinds of ideological perspectives and who are, I would say, who have these kinds of profiles to have such easy accessibility to the kind of firearms that can cause mass death and destruction. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Langford, you're recognized for your question.
Chairman, thank you. Thank you to both of you for the testimony today. Director Rowe, future Vice President J.D. Vance was in my state this past week in Oklahoma City. I talked with some of the Secret Service folks that are there. They're doing a terrific job. I got a chance to be able to thank them personally for the tasks they're doing, and I know the Oklahoma folks in Secret Service, and they're very dedicated, incredibly sharp people on that team. So I know this is a challenge to all Secret Service. This is something every Secret Service agent wakes up every single day and wants to avoid. So please continue to be able to pass on our gratitude for the work they do every single day and for what's happening out there.
I will,
so
sir.
Appreciate that. Mr. Bate, I want to ask you about some of the interviews that have happened. Y'all have done more than 400 interviews at this point. For the counter sniper team that was local law enforcement that was on the second floor overlooking that rooftop, have they been interviewed at this point?
Yes, Senator, I believe that each of them have been interviewed.
Do you know offhand if they were at their post at that time, able to look across that? They were at that post at sometimes. Do we know they were at that post at 6:08 to 6:11?
My understanding, and I want to be fair, I have not read the reports directly, but I've been briefed on some of it. They were at times during the time frame we're talking about here on post within the AGR building. And I do believe, but I would want to confirm this at some point, one or more did venture out in an effort to locate and isolate the.
We understand from the timeline that they were also looking for this individual that was suspicious, that they had left that post to be able to try to look for him on the ground at different points to try to be able to see if they could get a different perspective. What we're trying to figure out is during that time period that he actually climbed on the roof, assembled a firearm or took a firearm with him or picked one up, whatever it might have been there, that they were able to actually see him if they were able to look left, as been acknowledged in the photos that are up there.
Senator, I don't know the exact timing and the movements of each officer that was out there, but what I would derive from it is they were all focused on locating the shooter, right, the suspicious person at the time. And then, as we've all seen, the one officer attempted to get on the roof directly. There were efforts going on in those final minutes, right, on the video to try to get to this person.
We've got one officer being boosted up by another officer, yes, to look up on the roof because people on the ground had said there's someone up there and they have a gun that's crawling on that roof. And so they climbed up to be able to see it. He turned around with a rifle. He came down. And then at that point, he gets on the local radio that he has and says there's someone on the roof with a gun. Is that correct?
Yes, Senator, I believe that that's accurate.
So what's the rest of the radio communication? We've heard that first call in. We know it's about 30 seconds from the time he called in till the actual first shot rang out. What else was discussed on the radio during that 30-second time period?
Senator, we have the radio communications. The local radio communications were recorded and captured, and we do have that as part of the investigation. The key points to me, that local officer communicating that he sees the individuals, he's armed. That's at about 6:11 in some seconds. I think it's 3 seconds. And then he identifies it as a long gun at about 6:11 and 11 seconds. And the shots, which all happen quickly together, I believe happen within probably 30 seconds.
So we're talking about over the radio because there's a command center there
Yes.
where all radios, including the local, are all being listened to try to be able to review. There's a statement that has the word gun in it that's coming out across that radio. We only know that first communication. We don't know what came back and forth on that. We'd like to get transcripts of that conversation that was done in local law enforcement. But coming into that command center, there's also the word gun coming through one of the radio frequencies. I would think that would be communicated pretty quickly to everybody across the spectrum. 30 seconds is not long, but that's an NFL play plus a huddle plus the next play. I mean,
Yes,
that's quite a bit of time still to be able to respond. When Secret Service moved to be able to protect the president once the first shots were fired, within 2 seconds, they're gathered around him. So trying to be able to figure out where the word gun got lost in radio communication here and what else was said.
Certainly, we will share the communications with you and the committees, Senator. I will note, just from my notes, there was effort within those minutes and seconds once the gun was announced. There's other communications where the local police are talking about deploying a QRF and responding, and that they've got the building surrounded. So it's not an avoid. I don't want to give you the misimpression.
Right, I understand, but typically I would assume for Secret Service, if they hear over the radio over something gun, they're moving to be able to protect the detailee, the person they're protecting at that point, the protectee, that they're moving pretty quickly at that point if that's what's actually coming out. And so that's what I'm trying to be able to figure out, how that didn't get communicated out to the people that were directly in front of the former president at that point. And the last question I'd have, I only have a second left, is just, was there any overhead drone? We've talked about counter drone, but any visibility that Secret Service had to be able to see the field and all the operation in their own ability?
No, sir. And as was asked by another senator earlier, it appears that there was an offer by a state or local agency to fly a drone on our behalf, and I'm getting to the bottom as to why we turned that down.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Kennedy, you're recognized for your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Abate, am I saying your name right?
Yes, Senator, thank you.
You are the Deputy Director of the FBI, is that correct?
Yes, Senator.
Is there any doubt in your mind or in the collective mind of the FBI that President Trump was shot in the ear by a bullet fired by the assassin crooks?
Senator, there is absolutely no doubt in the FBI's mind
It
whether former President Trump was hit with a bullet and wounded in the ear. No doubt, there never has been.
Okay.
I've been part of this investigation since the very beginning, and that has never been raised.
You're sure?
Yes.
It wasn't a space laser.
No.
It wasn't a murder hornet.
Absolutely not.
It wasn't Sasquatch.
No, Senator.
It was a bullet
It was a bullet, Senator. 100%.
fired by crooks
Yes, sir.
that hit President Trump in the ear and almost killed him.
100%, Senator.
Okay, glad we cleared that up. I don't want to get off the subject here. Did the FBI just settle 2 lawsuits, one wholly, one in part, in which the FBI agreed to give Peter Strzok $1.2 million and Ms. Lisa Page $800,000?
It's my understanding, Senator, that the Department of Justice was involved in that, not the FBI.
The FBI had nothing to do with it?
There may have been consultation with our general counsel's office, but
Does the FBI have to sign off on it?
I don't know the answer to that. I don't believe so, but I would want to confirm that.
I would like you to, this would be the same Lisa Page who said to Mr. Strzok, quote, Trump's not ever going to become president, right? Right. To which Mr. Strzok said, quote, no, he won't. We will stop it. That's the Peter Strzok and Lisa Page I'm talking about. I need to know if the FBI signed off on this lawsuit.
We will
on
get
this
that
settlement.
answer for you, Senator.
And then I need to know who signed off on it. Did you sign off on it?
I absolutely did not and would never sign off on something
Did Chris
like that.
Wray sign off on it, the settlement?
I don't believe he did,
Okay. Did you don't know what?
nor do I think he would have.
You need to let me know who signed off on this, if anyone at the FBI. So it was Merrick Garland who agreed to do this, is that right?
I don't, Senator, I do not know.
Well, hell,
who signed
somebody
off
had
on
to
that.
agree to it. I've settled a lawsuit before. The client's got to agree to it. You're the client. All right.
Understood. I'm gonna direct in to the Department of Justice to answer
All right.
those
Get
questions.
me
That's-
that information if you would. Mr. Rowe, help me understand this. The assassin Crooks fired his first shot, as I understand it, at 6:12 p.m. He was about 150 yards away. It's been reported that the snipers, the government snipers, saw him on the roof 20 minutes before. Not 2 minutes, 20 minutes before. Is that correct?
Senator, that's first time I'm hearing this. That is not correct based on the information I have right now, sir.
Well, when did the FBI snipers see him on the roof?
Just Secret Service sniper, sir. I mean,
I'm sorry, you're right.
that's
Secret
an insult,
Service
sir.
sniper.
No, I'm just kidding.
I understand. I apologize. When did the Secret Service snipers, one of whom ultimately shot the assassin Crooks, first see him on that roof?
So, sir, immediately upon the shots being fired, our snipers.
I know that, but when did they first see him? You got a guy lying on a roof.
Yeah.
You got snipers in an elevated position. They can look down on the roof. You got the guy lying there with a gun pointed at the former president of the United States. And I'm just, and they shot him. Good for them. He's now dead as Woodrow Wilson, and that's a good thing. I'm sorry. God forgive me, but it's a good thing. But when did the snipers first see him?
As soon as he presented himself as a target and a threat to the president, sir.
And when was that?
He fires initially a volley. I believe it was 3 shots.
No, he fired at 6:12 p.m.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's the first shot.
So within 15.5 seconds of the first shot, he's
Here's what
neutralized.
people are asking.
Yes, sir.
He was up, Crooks was up there. the snipers at some point saw him,
Yes, sir.
our snipers, because they killed him.
Yes, sir.
When did they first see him? It has been reported repeatedly that the snipers first saw him 20 minutes before. That's more than a quarter in an NFL football game.
Yes, sir.
You don't know the answer?
So
to
I
that?
do know the answer, sir. I'm telling you that.
What is the answer?
No,
When
they did not see him. They only
They never saw him.
No, sir.
Well,
They did not.
how could they not see the guy? How could they not see him? They're in an elevated position. They're checking rooftops. They're looking around.
Yes,
There's
sir.
two government snipers. How could they not see him? There he was, big as Dallas, lying there with a gun pointed at the president. How could they not see him?
I believe he was obscured by that roof, sir. He did not pop up.
The roof is flat with ridges.
He's below the line where they would have seen him, sir. He did have concealment. I'm not going to say it's cover. He did have concealment, and then ultimately gets into firing position and fires. And within 15.5 seconds of his first shot, he's neutralized.
All right, I've gone way over. You gentlemen need to answer these questions. Mr. Deputy Director, get me that information about those lawsuits.
Senator Rosen, you're recognized for your questions.
Thank you, Chair Peters, and Ranking Member Paul for holding this important hearing on the attempted assassination of former President Trump. I am grateful for everyone's service and dedication. However, it's critical that this committee get to the bottom of what happened that day so that we can prevent any future catastrophic security failures and ensure that nothing like this happens again. And so, Director Rowe, given that the event took place in a rural area, we've talked a lot about connectivity issues. Was law enforcement at a disadvantage due to a lack of or limited connectivity? And why has the Secret Service not adopted a dedicated satellite-enabled Wi-Fi connection, which would facilitate integrated communication, enable device connectivity to include drones, and allowing for the sharing of real-time intelligence?
So, Senator, thank you for that question. So, based on what I've seen, that radio connectivity, cellular was an issue that day. With respect to the satellite broadband, that is something that I've tasked our CIO, and then we're getting some support from the Department of Homeland Security on. So we will start to leverage whatever asset we have to ensure that connectivity.
Well, I can tell you that we have those SEER ratings in Homeland Security, those special event ratings that we have for things like the Super Bowl. We have it a lot in Las Vegas, and they do bring these mobile units to be sure that we have all the dedicated Wi-Fi cell service and integration that is absolutely necessary for securing a huge event. And so I look forward to hearing about that. Thank you. I want to talk a little bit about intelligence for lone wolf actors, because although we have not been made aware of any specific intelligence the Secret Service or others had in the shooter before the event, we do know that we have intel on Iranian threats against the former president. And so again, Acting Director Rowe, could you talk to us about how you utilize intelligence collection as a way of mitigating threats from state actors like Iran compared to what you do, compared to lone wolf actors, what it seems to be like the attempted assassin that we have here in Crooks. And what are the specific challenges with the intelligence collection as a mitigation tool against lone wolf actors versus state actors?
So Senator, first let me preface by saying the Secret Service is not a member of the intelligence community. However, we are their biggest consumers of information, and we receive that information regularly, especially as it pertains to our protective mission and the people that we protect. We have embeds with the FBI through their National Joint Terrorism Task Forces. Our agents are basically embeds and are able to not only receive information but also follow up on investigations that may have a nexus or a direction of interest towards one of our protectees. We have an excellent working relationship with the FBI. We have an excellent working relationship with the intelligence community. We are not collectors. We are consumers of finished analytic products that the intelligence community of the FBI produces. We ingest them, and then we use that to adjust our protective posture. And we do this daily, weekly, all of the time. And it's not only for protective, for protectees, but also the events and sites that we protect on a permanent or temporary basis. With respect to largely a lot of the people that come to our attention, in the case of the assailant, you know, to me, as I overlay him over top of, say, John Hinckley, who tried to shoot President Reagan, I see an individual based on the information that I have now, some of the great work that the FBI has done. We have an individual who's a loner. We have an individual who was focused on Donald Trump and Joe Biden. Hinckley traveled the 80 campaign, and we know that he followed President Carter. It just, on March of '81, he happened to show up in Washington, D.C., and he saw an opportunity to try to attack President Reagan. So when it comes to the Secret Service, and 1981 was a watershed moment for us. We have people that are, for whatever reason, fixated on carrying out an attack against the President of the United States or one of our protectees. And in this instance, you have the assailant who was a loner. Obviously, he was researching. He had researched the Democratic National Convention. He had researched and Googled or used a search engine about the president, the former president. And so I think he had moved towards an idea that he was going to try to do something. And so when I look at this, we don't have a challenge with the FBI or the intelligence community. I think what we always try to wrestle with is trying to line up and see people as they're starting to head down a pathway towards violence. And it's something that we have spent a lot of time and resources in with our National Threat Assessment Center to try to gain a better understanding so that we can help our agents in the field as they're doing these protective intelligence cases and these investigations to be able to make a determination, is somebody genuinely a threat, or do they need mental health, or do they need some other type of service?
Thank you. I appreciate that. My time's over. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Cotton, you're recognized for your questions.
At the outset, I want to express, as many members have, as President Trump did, the admiration and respect for the bravery and skill of the officers who were on site that day, Secret Service officers, as well as all the local law enforcement. As it happened, my 9-year-old son was watching with me that afternoon, and it was hard to get him to turn away from it. And he asked who all those men and women were who jumped on Mr. Trump. And I said, in layman's terms, those are his bodyguards. And he said, what are they doing? I said, they're protecting him from a bullet. And he said, actually? And I said, yes. He said, for real? And I said, yes. And it was hard for him to process that. But as a reminder, I told him that there are men and women in the Secret Service and law enforcement and the military who are willing to die for our country. And it's an important lesson, I think, that everyone should take away from this, that you had very brave men and women on the ground there who were doing their job to protect this country, to protect a former president and a nominee for president, as they do every day for so many other protectees. Obviously, there were failures in the planning and preparation for this event. Mr. Rowe, we've heard that the shooter had a golf rangefinder. Was that not on the list of prohibited items at an event like this?
Currently, it is not on the list of prohibitive items, but we're going to make that change, Senator.
John Kennedy can't get into an LSU football game with a flask.
Yeah, I can.
Well, he probably can, but he's not supposed to. It just seems like common sense that you don't need a laser rangefinder at an event like this. And it feels like that a lot of that was just the lack of common sense being exercised. Are officers not empowered on the front line to use common sense to say, like, if a guy has a laser rangefinder, he should be detained or at least stopped, and that's why he's carrying it around. If you have a building like this that's not secure from 150 meters away, someone, even the front line, lowest level, most junior officer, should be able to kind of like send up the red flag immediately and say, like, we need to halt everything right now and figure out what the hell is going on. I mean, do officers not feel empowered to use that kind of common sense?
I would hope they would, Senator. I can tell you from our uniform division officers that run our magnetometer screening, they do a tremendous job. And even though something may or may not be on the prohibitive items list, they are well trained, and they do exercise that good common sense.
And you want this important message. Okay, I want every one of your officers all around the country to hear that their acting director wants them to exercise common sense. It doesn't have to be policy or protocol or procedure. they should exercise common sense. Thank you for that. So it was reported right before Ms. Cheadle's hearing last week that, in fact, President Trump's detail had requested more resources and those had been denied. She said that she did not deny those resources. You've testified this morning that you did not either. So who did? I mean, the Secret Service is not the post office. It's not this vast bureaucracy.
Right.
Like, I'm not surprised to hear that you knew the counter sniper. It's a small agency, and you have a lot of career officers. Like, surely you've gotten to the bottom by now on whose desk this request landed and who denied it.
So, Senator, sometimes when they make a request, they may not have the asset available. For example, there may be, instead of the detail may say, hey, we want 15 magnetometers. What we'll look at it based on what the event size. We'll say, hey, listen, we're going to send 10 based on our protocols of screening so many. We have a flow rate of how many people we can put through. When it comes to a counter sniper or something like that, because I know that's been the subject of some media reporting where they have requested counter snipers. We do have a finite number of counter snipers. And so what we try to do is if we cannot fill that asset, and that's where we'll say, hey, we can't fill this assignment. However, through the field office, they will use local law enforcement resources. And so in those situations, for example, in the one that has been the subject of a lot of reporting with Pickens, South Carolina, they in fact did use local assets to be able to do that. And there were 3 counter sniper teams. One of them was formerly with the Secret Service Uniform Division. And so they actually used the same practices that we use. So it's not that there was a drop in the capability. They actually used the best practices that we would use. So the asset may be denied by Secret Service between the war room and that conversation with the detail in the field, but that doesn't equate to a vulnerability or a gap.
Okay, one final question about the Iran threat. As you know, Iran made credible threats against several former Trump administration officials, many of whom still have government-provided security details to this day. Ms. Cheadle removed Secret Service protection from Robert O'Brien last year. Were you involved in that decision?
So, Senator, he was a memorandum protectee. Meaning that the president authorized protection for him. We do not weigh in on who gets protection.
Why? So you're still protecting some others. I won't reveal their names. But you are still protecting others, and other personal security offices in the federal government are protecting others. Other officials, I won't reveal their names. Like who made the decision that Robert O'Brien no longer needed a security detail, despite Iran's ongoing credible threats?
So I can tell you, sir, it wasn't the Secret Service. We don't factor into that decision.
Can you take a look at why that happened now that you're in charge and consider the possibility that he might still need that protection, given all of his counterparts in the Trump administration still have protection?
I will do so, Senator.
Go ahead.
You go ahead. Go ahead.
I would say, like, again, I'm not going to reveal the protective details, but I'm pretty confident that the agency can get this done. And I think it needs to get done if you look at the kind of ongoing threats that he and all these others face.
Yeah, I will, sir.
Despite all the resource constraints we've talked about today, he's not the President of the United States. He doesn't have an 18-car motorcade, nor do any of the others. I think he needs that protective detail. And now that you're in charge, I'm asking you to take a new look at that and also talk to your supervisors inside the department about whether you can spare just that small, limited amount of resources, okay?
Senator Welch, you're recognized for your question.
I will, sir.
Thank you very much. You know, there's, first of all, thank you both for the tremendous work you do and for all the folks behind you and under you. So thank you for that. I kind of want to follow up a little bit on Senator Cotton. You know, there's 3 issues that have been raised. One is the selection of who gets protection, and you've addressed that just now. The other is whether it's a budget issue, which I don't necessarily think it is. But then there's the operational question. Was this an operational failure? And it appears to me that's where the focus should be. And one of the issues on the operations is the capacity of people who are part of the team, both Secret Service and also the local law enforcement, their capacity to act on what they see. And this is what Senator Cotton, I think, was talking about with common sense. You know, you mentioned that the sniper was authorized immediately to act. He wasn't checking in with anyone, right? And he took out the shooter as quickly as he could. But according to the timeline, you had local law enforcement captured 2 photographs of the shooter at 5:10. At 5:32, local law enforcement officers spot a suspicious person who turned out to be the shooter with a phone and a rangefinder. At 5:46, the alert was so significant that snipers text photo of the shooter from where he was initially spotted to the USS lead sniper. I mean, how is it that where you had these experienced law enforcement people who understood the gravity of the responsibility of protecting the presidential candidate, the former president, none of these actionable observations resulted in action? I'll direct that first to you, Deputy Director Abate.
Thank you, Senator. From the FBI standpoint, we're simply collecting the facts. We've interviewed most of the officers. Now we'll end up interviewing all of them.
Okay, we'll go to Assistant Director or Acting Director Rowe.
So on that, Senator, I think there was a sense of this guy is standing out, and that's why he came to the attention of local law enforcement.
No, I get that. That's my point.
Right.
He did stand out.
Correct.
But nothing happened.
Well,
I mean, there were alerts,
There were
but there
alerts.
was like, you've got somebody suspicious. Why didn't somebody go interact with the suspicious person, like right away?
And they were attempting to locate him. I can't answer that question as to why, if they took a picture of him and they thought he was unusual, suspicious, not acting normal, why there wasn't. And I think, again, there was probably an assumption on the part of that officer that took that picture that, oh, some uniform or somebody will go eventually and walk up to this.
Well, see, that's what seems like an operational failure. Somebody else will do it. So is the responsibility of an officer to alert some other officer that they think somebody might be suspicious, or the first officer who sees a suspicious person can take the next step to actually engage that person or talk to someone very, very close to it and say engage that person? And this guy was wandering around for quite a while.
He was. I can't put myself in the mind of that officer.
I'm not asking you to do that. I'm asking, this is operationally, how does the process work? Okay, so that is the job of the leaders as opposed to the officers. Are they empowered to act immediately upon the observation of someone who looks very suspicious, particularly when they've got the rangefinder? They were in a place where it really wasn't about seeing the rally. It was, as we see, it was a place where you get a good view of former President Trump. I mean, that is a leadership issue, right?
So, Senator, that officer didn't work for me. That was a state and local officer that made that observation, took that picture. So I can tell you from the Secret Service perspective, and we do this routinely, is that when people come to our attention, we locate them, we go up, we do a field interview, or we try to do a consensual encounter.
That's the operational thing I'm talking about. If you do it within Secret Service, you all are in charge. And you are relying on local law enforcement assets, those folks, and they did their job here up to a point where they identified this person, passed information along, but nobody acted. The empowerment to that local officer, I would think, has to come, be transmitted through the Secret Service, maybe in the earlier briefings, but, you know, where you say, you know, folks, you see somebody suspicious, you engage that suspicious person.
I don't disagree, Senator, and it goes back to my comments at the beginning of the hearing that we need to be very direct to our local law enforcement counterparts so that they understand exactly what their expectations.
I yield back. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Tillis, you're recognized for your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Abate, Mr. Rowe, thank you for being here. Mr. Rowe, do you have a picture? I was watching your testimony earlier. Do you have a photograph of the vantage point from the Secret Service snipers?
I do. I believe that's C.
And there were two, is that correct?
Yes, sir. Stage left and stage right.
Okay. And I don't know if you have a vantage point of both of them or not. I know you had one for the one who ultimately shot the.
That's the vantage point of the sniper who neutralized the assailant.
Okay. Well, is it a similar vantage point for the other? Would they have also been impaired in terms of actually seeing him until he popped his head up?
So the sniper on the stage right side, Senator, they had an obstructed view because of that tree.
They had an obstructed view. Okay. Yeah. So the one thing, this discussion that I don't believe that a sniper saw someone on the roof 20 minutes before just doesn't make sense to me. It sounds like the one who took the shot probably saw him for the first time about a split second before he pulled the trigger. Is that?
That's my assessment, Senator.
I'm more, well, first off, I'd like to clarify the requests that have been made of a lot of people so that we get the information in a good form. I think it would be helpful, at least all the way back to, I think, November 5th of 2022, I believe, when President Trump announced that he was running for re-election. I think it'd be helpful if we could just get a matrix of any request for additional security, the resolution of that request. Was it honored? Was it denied? Was it downsized? If you could give us that, I think that that's going to be the best way versus giving us mounds and mounds of paper. If you can do that, I know you're looking at the same thing. I've heard from you that any subsequent requests for field requests are being honored. I believe that that's true. Is that your testimony?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. I'm more worried about the 24 to 30 seconds between the time I believe local law enforcement officer was hoisted on the shoulders of another police officer, saw a person armed less than 200 yards away from the president, who I believe jumped down. What happened in those 24 or 30 seconds? I mean, obviously there's no such thing as a panic button. You know, the first thing you'd think is you hit panic, you cover the president, get him off stage. None of that happened. What happened? Is it just that I hear a text message? What actually happened in the 30 seconds where a law enforcement officer knew that a gun was pointed in the direction of the president from a fairly short range? What actually did those folks who did have knowledge of exactly what was happening and could probably infer what was about to happen, what did they do? And Mr. Abate or Mr. Rowe, either one, based on your interviews.
Thank you, Senator. From the interviews, you know, the officers in the immediate vicinity were operating with urgency at that point to get to this person, but he was on the roof. The officer who had looked over the edge, based on what I've been told, the shooter turned toward him with the rifle. That's what the officer observed. So he was under threat himself in that second, so he had to retreat and step down and get back to the ground in order to protect himself and keep him safe from potential rifle fire. But once he got to the ground, along with the other officers, there were Butler County local officers, Pennsylvania State Police. They were moving around trying to find someone to get to this guy.
We've got an operational problem here because we had more than 20 seconds to have somehow cut through all the crap and the communications, whatever impediments there were, have to be removed. I mean, it's pretty clear to me. First off, that law enforcement officer, I love law enforcement. I wear the back of the blue pin every day. They do great work. Secret Service did phenomenal work on the stage. But they failed because their job is to protect the public. And they needed to put themselves in harm's way to stop him. Now, I'll let the interviews go through, but there was a massive failure. There were at least 2 law enforcement officers that knew a guy was about to pull the trigger at the president. And, you know, I'm just not really happy with the fact that we couldn't have communicated, covered President Trump, and tried to secure the situation. I'm going to let the investigation go through, but I think it's go forward. I think it's very important to point out that we can't let a scenario go in the future where 20 seconds can lapse when a law enforcement officer within 2 football fields of a former president of the United States has material knowledge that somebody's about to get shot at on stage, and we don't have instantaneous response. You know, in the old days, maybe you just shoot a gun in the air. I know for a lot of reasons why they didn't do that, but there had to be some way to actually diffuse that situation. It didn't happen on July the 13th. I just want to end by saying, Mr. Rowe, I think you've been forthcoming in your answers. I know you're frustrated. I've seen you twice now. You're clearly embarrassed by what happened. You don't think there's any reasonable explanation. And to my colleagues who are worried about communications, they should spend time in their local government and state legislatures to understand just how bad communication is between law enforcement and first responders. We need to invest in this infrastructure. That was also a part of the failure. But if you can please get to me and get to this committee a chronology of requests, accepted, denied, and the reasons for, I think that's going to be very helpful.
I will, Senator. Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Blackburn, you're recognized for your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to each of you for your patience and for being here today. Director Rowe, I want to come to you first because a counter sniper has decided to speak out about the culture at your agency, and I think it is very telling. And he sent an email, and I'm going to quote from that. If this agency needs to change, and if not now, when? The next assassination in 30 days? But here's what I want to talk with you about, because in this email, he says, and I'm quoting again, the motto of the USSS is CYA. And every supervisor is doing it now. That's the end of his quote. So you're the guy in charge. And you're one of those supervisors. You've been a career guy there at the Secret Service. The public has lost trust in the ability to execute the mission, to protect. And I want to know how you feel about the fact that employees in your agency are worried about covering their behind and not worried about protecting a former president.
Thank you, Senator. So I am hurt by that email, but not in the way you think I'm saying it. I'm hurt because my people are hurting right now. We need them.
Then why did somebody delete the email?
I'll get back to you on that, Senator.
The agency deleted the email.
But look, may I address your question? And,
Yes,
and,
please.
I will get back to you as to whether
Yes.
the email was deleted or not. My agency is hurting. Emotions are raw. I actually want to hear more from that UD officer, that technician. In his email, he referenced that he had spent time serving our nation as a United States Marine, that he is a 20-year professional of the Secret Service. I am committed to being a change agent, meaning I am committed to reviewing some of these things. I looked at the points in his email very quickly. I saw it as I was on my way over here this morning. I want to have further conversations, not only with him, but also the counter-sniper supervisor.
If I may step back in, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So you want to talk with him. What about other whistleblowers? What about this culture? Are you going to allow these whistleblowers to speak out? Because it is troublesome if somebody went into the server and deleted that email. I would hope you will get to the bottom of that and be able to provide some answers. Because this is, as you have heard from both sides, this is a situation that cannot be allowed to happen again.
Yes, ma'am.
Ever. Mr. Abate, and am I saying your name properly? We've heard it pronounced 3 different ways today in the hearing.
Abate, Senator.
Abate,
Yes.
okay.
Thank you.
You had mentioned a social media account that espoused anti-immigrant, anti-Semitic views, but you did not say what platform that was on and what the username was. And this is Crooks that we're discussing.
Yes, Senator, that's correct. I did I didn't want to comment on it because we haven't fully confirmed yet, and I thought that as soon as we confirm and certify,
Would
I
you
will
supply
provide that to you.
And
Absolutely.
also the age at which he had those feelings. And then we understand that the Gab account is pro-immigration, pro-lockdown, leftist views. Is that accurate?
I haven't seen it directly, but I believe from what I've been told, that is accurate. With the Gab account, we're also, though that's been publicly revealed through the CIO and other things, we're still working to certify and verify that that's his account also. But it does have differing points of view, it would appear.
Okay. And what age and how fresh is that Gab account?
The Gab account, based on my recollection, the comments in there or the messaging is from about 2021, I believe.
Okay. And the other preceded that? Maybe he was age 14?
Yes, Senator. The other account that we talked about was in the 2019-2020 timeframe, so it would have been in the couple years right before the Gab
Right
messaging.
before that.
Yes.
Are there other accounts that you all are currently verifying and receiving information from?
We are. We've, as I mentioned, we've issued a bunch of legal process, and we're still awaiting returns from a number of the companies, to include other social media companies as well.
Okay. Well, my time has expired. Thank you for your patience today. Thank you for the information. We look forward to getting more information. And Director Rowe, we are going to hold you to being a change agent because things at the Secret Service absolutely have to change. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, and I want to thank our witnesses for your testimony here today. Certainly what happened on July 13th could and should have been prevented from what I have heard today. I'm certainly grateful to our witnesses for their candid answers and for helping to provide additional clarity and new information about the circumstances surrounding this attack. Acting Director Rowe, some of what you have said today conflicts with information and accounts that we have received from local law enforcement that we've had the opportunity to talk with. They have been voluntarily and I will say expeditiously cooperating with our bipartisan investigation, which we certainly appreciate. But we now need to speak with Secret Service agents directly, who are directly involved. And I would say that you need to make them available as soon as possible. Those interviews can't start weeks from now or months from now. Time is of the essence when memories are fresh and you can get the information that is most important to us. So my question for you as we wrap up this hearing, Acting Director Rowe, will you commit to having those agents available for this committee to interview as soon as possible in a matter of days, not weeks, matter of days?
Yes, sir.
Great, thank you. Certainly the American people deserve to know what went wrong, and they deserve accountability for those security failures. And as we continue our bipartisan investigation into security failures that day and any underlying systemic issues, we'll continue working to follow the facts, get clear answers, and make important recommendations to ensure that a security failure like this never happens again. The hearing record will remain open for 15 days until 5 p.m. on August 14th, 2024. For the submission of statements and for the questions for the record, this hearing is now adjourned.
Städtereisen mit TUI neu erleben. Jetzt bis zu 25% sparen. Flüge, Hotels, Erlebnisse. Alles aus einer Hand. TUI. Live happy.
Ah, da ist er ja.
Hi, ich versuche gerade diese Datenmengen in den Griff zu kriegen.
Nutzt doch Saswire.
Saswire? Ah! Oh!
Oh, wow. Der schnellste Weg von 1 Milliarde Datenpunkten.
We're going to be talking a little bit about a wonderful thing called religion tonight. Is that okay? A little bit more than normal, and that's good. That's really good. And I just want to say hello to everybody and to Turning Point for the fantastic job that Turning Point does. Thank you very much, Turning Point. This is a great group. This is from corner to corner. This room is packed, and there are a lot of people outside. But we have to forget about them, right? We just have to be. It's the way life goes. But I'm thrilled to be back with so many proud, hardworking American patriots who believe in faith and family, God and country. Thank you very much. And we want to thank each and every one of the believers in this. Something was working, that we know. Something was working, so I thank you very much. And I stand before you tonight thanks to the power of prayer. As I think you can see, I've recovered well, and in fact, just took off the last bandage off of my ear. I just got it off. I took it off for this group. I don't know why I did that for this group, but that's it. I think that's it. I hope that's it. Let me also thank Charlie Kirk for hosting this event and for his leadership, as well as Bishop Aubrey Shines. Thank you, Bishop. A great friend of mine, a tremendous woman of faith, Pastor Paula White is here, and she's been so incredible wherever you may be, Paula. Where's Paula? She is fantastic. Thanks, Paula. Pastor Jensen Franklin, one of the biggest, one of the most powerful, one of the greats. Thank you, Pastor. He's been with us from day one. Pastor Lorenzo Sewell, whose church I visited in Detroit, and this guy can speak. Where is he? He can speak. He spoke at the convention, and I'll tell you, nobody wanted to follow him. Where is he? Where is that pastor? Whoa, hello, pastor. Nobody wanted to follow him, I can tell you that. There was the people said, I'll pass. You were fantastic. Thank you very much, Pastor. It was an honor to be in Detroit. And we were in serious Detroit, right? That was the real Detroit. Thank you very much. So respected, such a wonderful man. And speaking of respect, Secretary Ben Carson. What a great guy. Nobody like him. Former ESPN anchor, Sage Steele. Thank you, Sage. Sage has been terrific. She's been terrific, amazing person. Another amazing person is a man named Peter Navarro. Peter Navarro, a patriot, one of the best trade people ever. He understood China better than anybody but me. I understood him better. No, we both understood. Where is Peter? What a great guy. Peter, where are you, Peter? There he is. Peter, thank you very much. What a great guy. He got it. He got it. He was something special, and he's going to come back with us, I think. Peter, you coming back with us wherever? Yeah, there you are. Thank you, Peter. He's coming back. He really did. He understood trade. He understood it better than just about anybody. He understood how we were being ripped off for years and years and years, and nobody did anything about it. But we did. And today we're delighted to announce the launch of our new coalition, Believers for Trump. Believers, you're believers for Trump. As you know, 5 days ago, we officially defeated the worst president in the history of the United States, crooked Joe Biden.
How are you?
Cinnamon. Big red. Big red. Big red. That one. What's the hot tamales? Hot tamales. Yeah, big red is rose. It's cinnamon, you know? Yes. It's cute.
I'll take it.
Don't worry about it. Good?
Good afternoon, everybody. So many jokes. But,
No, it's just you and Jackie are matching.
oh, okay, Jackie, all right, got the memo. So I want to start by saying that today is the Biden-Harris administration 500th briefing. Yay. I know you guys are excited. And then from now until the end of our term, we will do 500 more. I'm just kidding. Can you imagine? Anyway, guys, all kidding aside. So we've shared a lot of moments together and important exchanges. We are proud to be a White House that understands the importance of the role you all play. As President Biden has said, a free press is a pillar of our democracy. And so really happy to do this exercise with you almost every day from here, from this podium behind this lectern. And really, the freedom of the press is so incredibly important. And I think what we do almost every day shines a light to the world of how democracy works. And so thank you all for participating in that. And we appreciate the journalistic work that you all do. Today, the Senate took a major bipartisan step forward in making our kids safer online as our nation grapples with an unprecedented youth mental health crisis. There is undeniable evidence that social media and other online platforms have contributed to it. As the president said today in his statement, our children are subjected to a wild west online with virtually no limits of regulation, and it's past time to address that. It's exactly why he has made tackling the mental health crisis a key priority of this unity agenda for the nation. It's an issue that cuts across politics and affects red states and blue states, and it's why the administration has invested historic resources, launched new tools to ensure people can get the help they need, and has consistently called on Congress to work together in a bipartisan way on solutions. This bill does what the president called for in his first State of the Union address. It strengthens privacy protections, bans targeted advertising to children, and demands tech companies stop collecting personal data on our children. As the president said, our kids have been waiting too long for the safety and privacy protections they deserve, and which this bill provides. And he is pleased with the overwhelming bipartisan vote in the Senate and encourages the House to send this bill to his desk for his signature without delay. We continue to pray for the thousands of Americans under mandatory evacuations orders as wildfires continues to devastate communities across the western United States. The president has been briefed on the fires, including the Park Fire in California and the fires in Oregon. As of July 30th, over 7,000 federal personnel from the U.S. Forest Service and the Department of the Interior are on the ground across California and the Pacific Northwest, helping fight the blaze and keep people safe, including more than 620 personnel assigned to both the Park and Boreal fires in California. Numerous firefighting air tankers are flying are flying fire suppression missions as conditions allow, and the Department of Defense has mobilized 4 of its C-130 modular airborne firefighting systems to support fire suppression efforts. DoD has also begun training National Guard troops should they be requested by governors to assist with fire suppression. And they are supporting California State National Guard operators' early and rapid detection of new fire starts. Additionally, FEMA has issued several fire management assistant grants to help reimburse states for firefighting costs. As always, we stand ready to provide further support as needed. Today, the 59th anniversary of Medicare and Medicaid, 2 programs that have given tens of millions of Americans the security and dignity of affordable health care coverage. Nearly 140 million Americans benefit from these programs, yet still Republicans in Congress have proposed budget cuts and slashes to these critical programs and endorse extreme policies of Project 2025 that would slash Medicaid funding and cut Medicare benefits like the president's Medicare drug price negotiation program. The contrast is clear. The Biden-Harris administration is committed to protecting and strengthening these programs, like making sure children and pregnant women covered by Medicaid have coverage for a full year. And we are committed to making health care more affordable and accessible for all, including the 1 million people newly covered under the ACA's Medicaid expansion since the president and vice president took over. Now think about the Inflation Reduction Act and what that does. It allows Medicare to negotiate lower prices on prescription drugs, caps out-of-pocket drug costs at $2,000 per year, saving Medicare beneficiaries thousands of dollars annually, and provides Medicaid and Medicare beneficiaries with free vaccines. And under President Biden and Vice President Harris, more people have health insurance than ever before. So today, we recognize the anniversary of Medicare, Medicaid. We affirm our commitment to build on this program, protect access to these programs from Republican elected officials, extreme attacks. With that, I appreciate your patience. Colleen, what time did you get home last night? 1:45. Okay. All right. Let's do this. It's been a rough morning. And Matt, too. I see Matt back there.
Ken, too. So can you give us an update on where the U.S. stands on the Venezuela elections? In particular, I know the president is speaking with President Lula of Brazil later, but just wondering if there's any progress on how the U.S. is trying to decide, what to do.
So a couple of things. I believed right before I walked out, a statement from the National Security Council spokes went out, so certainly refer you to that. But just to give you a little bit of what was in that statement, obviously the U.S. has been closely monitoring Venezuela's presidential election that took place on Sunday and the subsequent announcements by Venezuela's National Electoral Council. First, let me say that the U.S. applauds the Venezuelan people for their courage and commitment to democracy by participating in this election in the face of repression and adversity. So we continue to call on Venezuela's electoral authorities to release full, transparent, and detailed voting results, including by polling stations as well. This is especially critical given that there are clear signs that the election results announced by the Venezuela's National Electoral Council do not reflect the will of the Venezuelan people as it was expressed at the ballot box on July 28th. We are also reviewing other electoral data shared by civil society organizations and the reports of international election monitors. The United States stands on the side of the democratic aspirations of the Venezuelan people, including supporting their right to express their views freely and without reprisal. So that is where we stand. And again, we're just going to not get ahead of that, but we've been very clear about the election results.
Can you help us understand a little bit about what the president was talking about last night? He was asked when he'd go campaign for Vice President Harris, and he said, well, I did today. I was wondering if there was yesterday, was there a campaign element to yesterday? Was he sort of talking broadly? I just wondered if you could help us.
So, as you know, the president gave a little, is this when we came back at 1:15 a.m. and, okay, 1:15 a.m. on the South Lawn, the president took a couple of your colleagues' questions. I think I did not ask him about that particular answer. My guess is he was speaking more broadly. Look, at the end of the day, I'm not going to speak for the campaign, not going to speak to the president's campaigning schedule. That is something for the campaign to speak to. But they are partners in this administration, the president and the vice president. As you know, we announced SCOTUS reform at LBJ Library just yesterday in Austin, and that was an important moment. That was an important moment to talk about where we are today. And the president met the moment talking about how no one is above the law here and how important the rule of law. I just started the top of the briefing talking about how it's so important to have the freedom of the press, right? And how we've had this is the 500th briefing. It is also important for our democracy. And so, obviously, the president and the vice president were partners in making that announcement in the sense of how they were going to move forward, of the three things that he laid out on what reform looks like for this administration. As it relates to the campaign, don't have anything specific to share, but this is certainly the Biden-Harris administration. And everything that we have done the past 3.5 years, we want to continue to do moving forward and continue to work on behalf of the American people.
Thanks, Green. Last night, the president said he's been talking to the vice president about her potential running mate. Could you just explain how often they've been talking to each other and when's the last time they spoke?
So I'm going to be super careful. Not going to speak to the running mate or anything like that. I'm not going to go beyond what the president shared. What I can say is and I have said this before, the president and the vice president talk regularly. They actually spoke about a day or two ago. They stay in touch, and that's going to continue as they not just because obviously the vice president is running, but that's going to continue because, as I said, she's a critical partner in what they do, but they do speak regularly, and I can assure you.
Is there any color you could add about the kind of conversations, if there's, counseling, the president, advice he's been sharing with his vice president?
So I'll say this. The president has been in the public service, as you know, for more than 54 years. As a senator, as vice president, he had the role, as you all know, for 8 years as vice president, and now he is president for 3.5 years and six more months of his term. And I think as as a leader of the Democratic Party as well, I think he always offers up advice, any type of little bit of wisdom that he has with experience on these multiple fronts that he's been able to lead this country. And so, I think that is certainly a role that he plays as well with the vice president. I'm not going to speak to the campaign, but certainly when the vice president became vice president herself, he offered his advice, his opinion, and also I would say was a mentor to her, but certainly not going to go beyond that.
And where's the president when it comes to picking a new Secret Service director? Is this a very short list? Is he really broadening this search?
Yeah, I think I was asked this question yesterday or very recently. Look, the president understands how important it is to fulfill this role, to have someone who's experienced. And so he's taking this very seriously, like he does any other appointment that he makes within the administration. Don't have anything for you on timing, on timeline. We don't have a personal announcement for you today, but certainly the president's taking this very seriously. And when we have locked in someone ready to make that announcement, certainly you all will know about it. Go ahead. You like ruined the first row.
What did I'm sorry. I apologize to you
Reuters.
And to everyone for that. Yes,
it's always Reuters. Last time it was Steve.
I take full blame for that.
But we love you anyway.
The Israeli strikes in Lebanon today. Do you view them as escalatory? Do you think they're an appropriate response to what we saw previously?
So obviously we are aware of the reports out there that the IDF just conducted a strike against Hezbollah in Lebanon. And I leave it to Israel to speak for their own military operations. I do not have an immediate comment as this just happened literally just happened a few minutes before I walked out. So going to leave Israel to certainly IDF, as they have been doing, to respond to this, and just don't have an immediate comment at this time.
And then just to follow up on Colleen's question earlier, the Lula call today, is
Oh,
there...
yeah, I'm sorry, Carlene, I didn't touch on that.
Is there any expectation that there's going to be some prep as far as sanctions are concerned, or what is the Venezuela content of that?
Oh, okay, so let me just say, and I think we shared this with all of you, that the president was going to be speaking with the president of Brazil, and so they're going to discuss a number of issues, and like we normally do, we will certainly have a readout for all of you. So look, we are, as it relates to Venezuela, we are obviously in the process of evaluating the Maduro and his representatives due next, and we will respond accordingly. And so while I have nothing to announce today as it relates to sanctions or moving forward, we will continue to assess our calibrated sanctions policy towards Venezuela in light of overall U.S. interest, the actions and non-actions that are taken by Maduro and his representatives, and the overall direction of our broader U.S. Bilateral engagement with Venezuela. And so, again, don't want to get ahead of where we are at this time. Go, Dan.
Thanks, Green. Just going back to Israel, if I may, Kirby said yesterday that fears of an all-out war between Israel and Hezbollah were exaggerated. Is that still the White House's assessment after today's strike?
So we do not believe that an all-out war is inevitable. That is not something that we believe, and we believe that it can still be avoided. This is a president, as you've watched him the last 3.5 years, he believes in diplomacy, diplomatic solutions, especially as we're talking in this moment along the blue line, that is true as well. And so, and that will end these attacks if we have some diplomatic kind of solution from Hezbollah once and for all, and allow Israel and Lebanese citizens on both sides of the border to return to their homes and live in safety. And that's what we want to see. So that's what we believe. There's a diplomatic solution here, and that's what we're trying to get to.
And will the White House be reaching out again to Israel in the wake of this strike to...
So, look, I don't have any, again, immediate reactions to this or immediate comments from us on this. We regularly talk to our counterparts here, regularly talk to our Israeli counterparts, our government, our counterparts there, and so that will continue. That is a regular daily conversation. I just want to be really mindful. I just don't have an immediate comment to today. Kadwisha.
So what reason do you and the president have to believe that there is a diplomatic solution here?
Because we have to continue to be optimistic here. I think it's important to have a diplomatic solution. We do not want to see an escalation. We do not want to see an all-out war. Those conversations happened, the diplomatic conversations. Obviously, I'm not going to get into private discussions from here, but it is important. It is important for the people of Israel. It's important for the Lebanese people to live in safety, to get back to their homes, and that's what we want to see.
And then following up on something else the president said yesterday when he was asked about Supreme Court reform.
Yes.
What did he mean when he said that Speaker Johnson is dead on arrival?
So look, he actually addressed this right in his speech, in his remarks. Yesterday he went right to it and talked about how his idea basically was dead on arrival, the Speaker's idea. He actually talked about it, and he said what he reiterated what the Speaker said about the SCOTUS reforms announcement, and then he said that his idea was dead on arrival. So I would just refer you to the President himself and how he addressed this directly during his remarks when he was at LBJ Library.
So he misspoke?
I don't think he misspoke. I think he cleared what he meant specifically so people understood. I would not say he misspoke. I think
initially when he said, I think that's what he is.
Look, let's be very clear. He spoke while he landed, after we landed, getting off the Air Force One, and he gets shouted questions, and he responded. He just wanted to be really clear what he meant by dead on arrival. You've been there. You know how it happens. It goes back and forth. People can't really hear him sometimes. He can't hear you all, and that is something he wanted to make sure he was clear on his statement, but that was always his intent when he answered that question.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Gotcha.
Thank you, Corinne. Is this Supreme Court proposal just an election year gambit?
I will say this. I think if you read the Washington Post op-ed that the president put out yesterday, if you listen to his speech, he was reacting to what SCOTUS has been doing over the past, not just past couple of weeks, but certainly the last 2 years, starting from Dobbs and so many other important decisions that have come out of the Supreme Court. The Dobbs decision certainly was something that we talked about just 2 years ago, and he had a commission to take a look at the Supreme Court. He certainly appreciated the commission and what they did and the work that they've done. But when you have, a Supreme Court, and the president actually gave examples, right, of what the decision of immunity that they made recently, what that means for the president of the United States, and what we're seeing right now is not normal. And majority of Americans agree with us, right? What we're seeing that the Supreme Court is not normal. And the president spoke to that at length. He went to the LBJ library because of the historic nature of that library, the 60th anniversary of the Civil Rights Act, and there's so much here that's at stake, and so that's why he wanted to do this. This is about the right thing to do. This is about meeting the moment that we're in. This is about reacting to what the SCOTUS did. He said in his op-ed, American democracy is founded on the rule of law. No one, not the president, not the Supreme Court, are above the law. And in the wake of the Supreme Court ruling, for example, it grants presidents immunity for crimes committed in office and gut fundamental freedoms recognized for more than 50 years. And so he wanted to take action on that.
Saying eliminating the filibuster then.
I mean, look, he laid out the 3 ways that he wants to move forward. We're going to have hopefully a healthy debate with Congress on what this is going to look like. This is going to be legislation that we want to move forward with. And look, and I will say this, one of the reasons the president ran in 2020 was because of what he saw in Charlottesville, was because of the fear of wanting to make sure that we protect the soul of our nation. That was part of it. And just look at what's happened, the last several years and the actions that the Supreme Court has taken. I mean, this is a president that was on the Judiciary Committee for almost the 36 years that he was president, right? If you think,
Yes, on the filibusters?
I actually answered this. I said, we're going to have a healthy debate with Congress on what this is going to look like. The president laid out the 3 ways that he sees moving forward. There's not going to go beyond those 3 measures that he's laid out, but we're going to have a healthy debate, and that's what's important here.
Filibuster's no question.
I just said, we are going to, we welcome a healthy debate on how to move forward. He put forth three ways to move forward on this, on really dealing with SCOTUS reform. And I just laid out some conservative legal experts who agree with us, at least on the term limits. They've been very clear as well.
Former President Trump did an interview where he said that maybe being called a threat to democracy was a cause of his being shot. How would the president respond to that?
What I will say is the president has always been very clear when it comes to violent political rhetoric. There is no place here in this country, in our nation for it. He's always spoken about that. He's spoken about that for the past, the past several years throughout his career. And, right after the assassination attempt, the president said, he even made an address in the Oval Office and talked about lowering the temperature. He talked about getting to the bottom of this, having an independent investigation, and how important it was to do just that. And I talked about Charlottesville. We saw how the president spoke against January 6th. The day that, and I remember this, the day that January 6th happened in 2021, the president was then president-elect. He was supposed to talk about the economy. He took that opportunity to denounce what happened. 2,000 people went to the Capitol. A mob went to the Capitol. Officers, law enforcement officers were harmed. Some of them lost their lives afterwards. And he condemned that. He condemned the political violence. And they were doing that because they were trying to overturn free and fair elections. When Paul Pelosi was attacked by a hammer, the president also spoke out about violent political rhetoric and where we will, what happened, how horrific that was. And violence has no place in this country. So if anything, this is a president has been constantly and proactively called out on all Americans to come together and oppose political violence, regardless of our views.
He's had a little more than a week now to contemplate his change in status, not being a candidate, but being the sitting president. Has he described to you ways he wants to use the time perhaps differently since he doesn't have the campaign obligation?
Yeah, I think, look, we have six more months left, and the president is certainly very much thinking through what that's going to look like as far as delivering for the American people. His job doesn't stop, it continues. We've had an unprecedented record for 3.5 years on things that we were able to accomplish, whether it's the economy, being the strongest, having the strongest economy in the world, leading the world, whether it is foreign policy, making sure that we are, again, rebuilding those relationships with our partners and allies. That's something that he's been able to do. Healthcare, I just talked about Medicaid and Medicare at the top. There are many ways that the president wants to continue. The Supreme Court reform announcement that he made was also really important. Majority of the Americans care about that. You will hear more from this president. He will articulate what the next 180 days or so or less looks like. He is going to take this very seriously.
You see less travel. Often it's an official event and campaign coinciding. So would he be based here more, do you anticipate?
So look, I think Matt was asking me this question in the gaggle yesterday, recalibrating. And yes, there's a little bit of recalibrating here, right? And that is the honest truth. So we're trying to figure out what that's going to look like. The president is thinking about this in the way that he does, right? On behalf of the American people, putting them first. And so we'll have certainly more to share. Obviously, the president enjoys being out there, talking directly to the American people. I think that's one of the ways that we are more effective, right, when the president gets out there. Can't speak to the campaign. That's something that the campaign can speak to. But the president wants to get out there. He wants to speak directly to the American people. He wants to continue to deliver, and you will hear him articulate that more. I will predict in the short order.
We saw the president meet briefly with Congressman Doggett of Texas on the tarmac yesterday. I wondered if he just had a readout of that conversation, given Doggett's status as the first Democrat to call for him to withdraw. And just broadly speaking, just is the president's relationships with some of these members affected by them if they were among the 30 or so to call for the president to withdraw before his decision?
I mean, you kind of answered that question yourself. President Doggett was there on the tarmac, reading the president. I'm not going to go into private conversations. That's something that I do and will do from here. We've done for the past 3.5 years, so we're going to continue with that. But I mean, I think you saw them greet each other. Look, I mean, this is a president, and I've said this many times. He believes in, reaching across the aisle, for example, and working with Republicans who say he can't get things done, right? This is a president who understands that the Democratic Party is big, and there are many, many thoughts, and that's what makes our party, I think, so unique and important, because we have different ideas, because we have different thoughts. And the president understands, they had their opinion. There were Democrats who had their opinion. He obviously had his. And he appreciated we were able to have an unprecedented historic record because of the relationships that he's had with these Democratic members. I don't think that will change.
Going back to the Venezuela.
Are you new to the?
Yes.
Oh.
Stephanie.
Hi, Stephanie. Hi, Stephanie from Bloomberg. Nice to see you. This is your first time in the briefing room?
Not my first time. But
Okay.
I'm asking a question.
Oh,
so
okay.
Thank you for that.
All right. Here we go.
Going back to the Venezuelan elections,
Sure.
is the president using the call with Lula as an intermediary to deal with the election results? And what kind of assurances is he looking for from his Brazilian counterpart about Maduro's promises to release?
So they're going to be, I believe, speaking shortly, if it hasn't started, with the president of Brazil. They're going to talk about a wide range of issues. Obviously, we'll have a readout. Don't want to get ahead of that conversation, ahead of that call. I think I have said before, and we have said here, that the world is watching. We're not going to get ahead of the process. I think you saw the statement from NSC spokes. You heard what I said at the top. And so, and I'll add, other leaders across the country has also called on a full and detailed tabulation votes to be released. And so we've expressed our concerns and not going to get ahead of the readout that's going to come out from the president after his conversation with the president of Brazil. But the world is watching, certainly.
Does the administration have a reaction to the arrest of Venezuelan opposition figures?
Look, I'll say this. Any political repression or violence against protesters or the opposition is obviously unacceptable. The United States supports the democratic aspirations of the Venezuelan people and their right to express their views freely and without reprisal. And so that's where I'll leave it there. Get April.
Oh,
I know, the mask threw me off.
Moving on.
Yes.
Corinne, why is President Biden not going to the NABJ convention after originally thought, and is the Vice President going this week to the NABJ convention?
So the NABJ convention decision was done by the campaign, so I would have to refer you to the campaign on both of your questions about the president and the vice president, as obviously the president is no longer a candidate. So I'm assuming that played a role into it. As far as the vice president, you would have to ask the campaign about her.
This is something typically during an election year that presidential candidates do take part of. Is this something that is overshadowed because of recent controversies? I mean, is the White House paying attention to the recent controversy about Donald Trump going there tomorrow? And what, if you can tell us?
So look, I'm certainly not going to comment on the former president's campaign stops. That's a campaign stop for him. And the NABJ they make their own decisions on guests, so certainly that's for them to speak to. What I can say more broadly about us and how we, as an administration, taking away the campaign just as an administration, what we've done for the last 3.5 years, we appreciate the importance of speaking to all Americans, including African Americans, Black Americans as well. That's why we have always been very, very direct and very focused on speaking to both local and national Black-owned outlets. That is something that not just the president and the vice president has done. Many of his their senior folks have done as well, senior White House officials. And so we understand the importance of Black Americans to hear directly from this administration, and we have done that. And not just Black Americans, but all Americans. And so that is certainly something that we will continue to do, and we take that very, very seriously. As far as the NABJ, that is something for them to speak to, and the campaigns to speak to directly. Again, Michael.
Karine, thank you. I want to talk about Israel and Gaza. The regional director for the World Food Programme said right now the biggest challenge is we don't have enough crossing points to bring the food in. We need road access, we need the Rafah crossing to reopen again, we need Kerem Shalom to work better, we need law and order. Did the president bring that up with Netanyahu in his meeting last week?
So look, I don't have anything more to read out to you from what we put out from our readout of their conversation. I will say this is why it is so important to get that hostage deal. This is obviously one of the main point of conversations that the president had with the prime minister. The president understands how important it is to get a ceasefire. He understands how important it is to continue to get humanitarian aid into Gaza. That is something that the United States has led in that effort, and so we want to see that. We want to see an influx of humanitarian aid. That's why we've been trying to do this by air, by sea, by land, and so conversations about the crossings, conversations on making sure trucks go through is certainly daily, regular conversations that our counterparts here have with the Israeli government, and will continue to do that. But it is incredibly important to get this ceasefire deal, and we've been working on this 24/7. And I'll say this, and we've said this before: the gaps have certainly narrowed, and that's important. But there's still some work to do, and we're going to get to that work and try to make sure we do everything that we can to get this done.
Is the US worried that an increased Israeli focus on fighting in the north could lead to a worsening humanitarian situation in the Gaza Strip?
I mean, look, we believe that there's no need for this to escalate, right? We have said that. I said that at the top, answering to one of your colleagues answering a question. And look, we understand that the humanitarian situation is dire in Gaza. That's why the president, this administration, has led in getting humanitarian aid in. That's why we're continuing to work on this hostage deal, get a ceasefire, and we're going to continue to do so. And it was an important conversation that the president had with the prime minister.
Thank you, Karine. Two questions. The first is on those IDF strikes. I know that you said that the strikes just happened, so you can't comment specifically on those, but broader on the trajectory of this conflict. It's been the goal of the U.S. not to have the war widen since October 7th, and President Biden and Prime Minister Netanyahu just sat down together last week. Was the president, was his team surprised by what's happened in recent days?
So again, I'm not going to get into immediate comment on the IDF strike. So that's not something I'm going to do at this time. And again, as we speak to escalation, potential escalation, the questions I've gotten about all-out war, we do not believe that an all-out war is inevitable, and we believe that it can be avoided. And that's why it's important to get to a diplomatic solution here. And so,
did the president get any sense during that meeting last week that a diplomatic solution was within reach?
We want to work and focus on getting that diplomatic solution along the blue line, and that is important. We want to see these attacks from Hezbollah end, and for all and allow Israelis and also Lebanese citizens on both sides of the border to be able to return homes to their lives and to live in safety. And so that's what we want to be. That's what we want to be. And so diplomatic solution is the way that we want to see the direction of this. And we do not believe that an all-out war is inevitable here. But as it relates to obviously the strikes that just occurred, I just don't have any immediate comment on this at this time.
And then on the personnel front, President Biden obviously himself served as the vice president for 8 years. He handpicked Kamala Harris for that role nearly 4 years ago. What level of input, if any, has he provided as she undergoes that same decision?
Look, he was asked this question directly, the president, at 1:15 a.m. on the South Lawn. He responded to it, so I'm going to let the president's word speak for itself. I don't have anything beyond that. Go ahead, Karen.
I'm going to try this, and knowing that you can't answer, but I'm going to ask you if you can answer from the president's perspective, how he feels about the vice president's first week plus out on the campaign trail. What does he think about the fundraising she's done, the events she's done, and what he has seen so far?
I'll say this. Obviously, the president, and also being mindful about talking about an election. Obviously, the president endorsed Kamala Harris, the vice president, for a reason. He thought she would be ready on day one. This is someone who was a senator, who was an attorney general for the largest state in the country. She has been obviously a vice president for almost 4 years. She is immensely qualified, and the president, having been a senator and a vice president himself, understands what it takes, and he sees that in her. So I would say he's not surprised. He's not surprised. And I'm going to leave it at that to not get myself in too much trouble.
Is he watching any of the Olympics? Like, have you taken in anything? I say that because my phone is blowing up. So, what is
It's been great so far. The Olympics has been so great. Look, the president and the first lady are certainly proudly cheering on Team USA. As you saw, the first lady traveled to, traveled to Paris to lead the delegation, the U.S. delegation, for the opening ceremonies, and cheered on Team USA. And you saw her out there being very supportive. And so the president certainly is proud of all the athletes competing on behalf of the U.S., on behalf of our nation, and he's going to continue to cheer them on.
Following up on that, did the president see the Last Supper controversy at the Olympics? Do you know? Did he see
I don't have anything.
The Last Supper
I appreciate the
controversy?
question. I just don't have anything to share.
Millions of Christians across the globe were offended by it. The president's a Christian. Was he offended by it? But was the president offended by it?
I just answered your question.
Can I just ask him? Did he see it?
I don't have anything else to add.
Did he see it?
Thank you so much.
A couple of foreign policy questions, but just to follow up on Jackie's question. If Supreme Court reform does not pass, and it seems unlikely under this Congress that it will, what does the president hope his effort will accomplish? Is it to get the American people used to the idea of the need of reform? Is it a message to Justice Roberts? What does he think this could this would lead to?
I will say majority of the American people support and want to see reform, right? They want to see this. This is where majority of Americans are. And I will say this, the president and the vice president believe that the rule of law is the foundation of our democracy. It is the foundation of our democracy, which is why the president took action yesterday, and he's calling on Congress to do the same. Now, what we welcome is a debate. As we've seen many times as the president introduced legislation or some ideas on how the direction of a legislation that's important to the American people. We see a healthy debate. I listed out moments ago when I was having a back and forth with Jackie here, conservative legal experts who support, for example, term limits. And so I think that was important to note. Senator Marco Rubio, who I also mentioned, who's obviously a current senator in the U.S. Senate, supports term limits. So there are ways that we can work together. I'm not going to get into what that legislation is going to look like. We're going to have a healthy debate. We think that's important. But we're talking about the rule of law here. We're talking about the rule of law, which is the foundation of our democracy. The president is going to say something. The president is going to make sure that is protected, as he has done. That is one of the reasons he decided to run. That is one of the reasons of the work that we were able to do. 2022 the rule of law, democracy, was one of the top issues that Americans cared about.
Would it also be a message to Justice Roberts?
I'm not going to get into messages to the Chief Justice. That's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about the right thing to do. We're talking about the right thing to do here.
And on the foreign policy side, there's reporting that North Korea could conduct another nuclear test to coincide with the U.S. election, the presidential election. How concerned is the administration about this? Is this a real threat? Do you have a message to Pyongyang?
I'm just not going to get into hypotheticals from here. What's your next question?
On today's sanctions on Iran that Treasury announced, individuals and entities related to its ballistic missiles and drones program. Can you speak about the timing? Today, the Iranian new president is being sworn in by the parliament.
So look, what I can say, this is something that the Department of Treasury did. They announced new sanctions, as you just said, targeting 5 individuals and 7 entities based in Iran, the PRC, Hong Kong, that have facilitated procurements behalf of Iran's military forces. The designated entities have been involved in procuring key components of Iran's ballistic missiles and UAV program. These sanctions are part of, you've heard us talk about sanctions before, especially in the last 3.5 years. They're part of our ongoing efforts to counter Iran's destabilizing activities, including its arming of proxies in the Middle East and its enabling of Russia's war in Ukraine. You've heard talk about this. Again, this is part of announcements that ongoing efforts that we've had here in this administration, and that's how I would view it.
Nothing specific on the timing.
It's ongoing. This has been ongoing sanctions that we've had throughout this administration. Yeah. Okay. Oh, go ahead.
Has the president met with leaders Schumer and Jeffries about legislative priorities for the remainder of this 6 months, as you discussed?
Yeah, don't have any meetings or conversation at this time to read out or lay out on conversations specifically on the next 6 months. But again, this is something that the president's taken very seriously. He wants to continue to deliver on behalf of the American people. That's what you're going to see him do in the next 6 months. He will articulate this on what this is going to look like specifically, what he's going to focus on. And I think what you saw yesterday was a clear indicator of that.
He'll be giving remarks at some point, sort of articulating the vision for the next 6 months. Any timeline on when that might
I don't have any timeline. I said he will articulate that. We'll see what that looks like. But look, he wants to certainly, and I think this is a little bit of Kelly O's question to me, he certainly wants to get out there. He wants to continue to talk directly to the American people. And again, just bringing in my friend Matt Visor here, there is a recollaboration here. We're trying to see what that looks like, what that's going to look like, what he wants to focus on. And so just, give us a second. We have a lot to focus on. But I would also say, there's these historic pieces of legislation, whether it's the bipartisan infrastructure legislation. As we know, there are thousands of projects out there that we want to make sure that gets implemented. There's the Inflation Reduction Act. There's Medicare, who continues to negotiate with Big Pharma. We want to make sure that on medication, on drugs that are important, making sure that the prices go down. We're going to continue to do that. There's the Chips and Science Act, where that's going to bring investments into this country. We want to see those big pieces of legislation that obviously are now laws, acts, that we want to see implemented. And so that's always been a priority of this president, and so that's certainly going to continue to be so. I know I keep. I know. It's just like the second time. I know. I conjured you up to ask a question. I've called your name out many times today.
Since we're watching that recalibration in real time,
that's the word of the week.
Do you have a sense on what the president is doing today, like what his schedule is like today, or for the remainder of the week?
And I appreciate that question. I have something to share with all of you. And I said he's going to continue. The president's going to continue to work for the American people day in, day out. That does not change. It is extremely important to him to continue building on his accomplishments and finish the job. You saw him on the road yesterday for over 12 hours in Texas, and he spoke with reporters. I've been mentioning many times during this briefing at 1 o'clock, 1:15 in the morning, taking some questions. Look, he has a call with the president of Brazil today, which will have a readout, as I mentioned, a completed readout once we are done. Once he's done having that conversation, the president will receive his regular presidential daily briefing. He's going to do that this afternoon. afternoon and meet with his national security team. And tomorrow, the president will be briefed on the implementation of important provisions of the Inflation Reduction Act, and we will actually have more to come on that, so stay tuned. We'll have more on that later today. He will also receive a briefing from senior officials on the administration's new actions on ongoing work to crack down on drug trafficking, traffickers smuggling deadly drugs, including fentanyl, into the United States, and efforts to beat the global opioid epidemic. And I should have mentioned this before, as when I was asking about the vice president. He will indeed see the vice president tomorrow. He will have lunch with her tomorrow, as they regularly do. As I said, they stay in regular contact as she is a critical partner for him in how he moves forward in this administration. All right. Okay. Go ahead.
Thanks, Creed. So the national debt crossed $35 trillion for the first time ever. The amount being added to the debt seems to be increasing at a growing rate. Today we talked with Fitch, and they told us that the credit rating agency, and they told us that large fiscal deficits and increasing debt burden were key factors to the downgrade that the U.S. had last year. Is the president worried about another downgrade because our spending is more than the money we're taking in?
Yeah, so let me just tick off a couple of things, if I may, and want to be super clear about this. The president signed a $1 trillion of deficit reduction into law, and his budget would lower the deficit by another $3 trillion by making billionaires and biggest corporations pay their fair share and cutting spending on special interests. That was an action that the president did. The prior administration increased the debt. Let's not forget what the prior administration did, by a record $8 trillion, and didn't sign a single law to reduce the debt deficit. And that's what we're dealing with right now. And on top of that, you have congressional Republicans that to continue to want to blow up the debt, again with $5 trillion more in Trump tax cuts, while making hardworking families pay the price by cutting Social Security, Medicare, and Affordable Care Act. And we want to do the opposite, right? The president's economic agenda, we want to make sure that we put middle-class family first, hardworking families first, and congressional Americans want to give more tax cut to the rich, to the billionaires, to the corporations. So the president has taken action to try and lower the deficit, and Republicans want to balloon that. And $8 trillion from the last administration, and they did nothing to try to make sure that we lower the deficit.
So you're saying that we crossed $35 trillion because former President Trump's administration, I mean, that was 4 years ago, the debt keeps increasing.
Yeah.
At what point?
The fact is, $8 trillion was what the increase in debt was, what the last administration did, the Trump administration. They didn't put forth any type of legislation to counter that. They didn't. They just let the debt balloon by $8 trillion. That's what they. But that's what they did. The president. But what I.
The last 3 years.
And what I'm saying to you is, like, we can't discount what happened in the last administration, and we can't discount what this president is trying to do to make sure that we address this. $1 trillion in deficit reduction into law. That's what the president signed. And that would lower the deficit by another $3 trillion by making billionaires and the biggest corporations pay their fair share. Republicans are offering the opposite of that. So I think policy matters. What we've been able to get done matters. I'm not discounting what you're saying. I'm just saying the president is actually working to lower the deficit, and Republicans want to do the opposite. That is where we are when we think about the policy. That is where we are. And I think that matters as well. I know I have to get going. Go ahead, sir.
Thanks, Corinne. In the beginning, you mentioned the importance of press freedom, yeah. like the case of Evan Gershkowitz, Austin Tice, Yu Yudong. We see that the press freedom itself is extremely important issue worldwide. In the case of Mongolia, considering the fact that the foreign minister of Mongolia visited just 7 days ago, it seems like there's an increased fear of the degradation of press freedom within the country. In the case of Universitet Naran, Mungpar Cholendorj, it is a big concern. With the increase of U.S.-Mongolia relations in the upcoming future, is the issue of press freedom going to be mentioned a lot more into the conversation? And then also at the same time, given the fact that it seems the Kremlin or Beijing influence has reached into the country, would this be a point of concern for the Biden administration?
I think the last point, certainly we've spoken to that at length about certainly our concerns. Look, when it comes to the freedom of the press, this is something that the president is never afraid to talk about with any world leaders or leaders more broadly. And that is something that he has done. He's had those conversations. He certainly has said it publicly, and what he says publicly, he certainly says privately. Not going to get into specifics of conversations of that particular relationship, but he understands. He understands the importance of the freedom of the press. It is important to have that. It is part of our democracy. We've been talking, kind of the theme of this briefing has been democracy, right? And being able to lead on that as a country, and that's what we've been doing here, and we're going to continue to do that. And again, he's going to have those conversations. He's going to say what we're saying publicly, certainly privately as well. All right, guys, I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
In North Central Florida as their own with this expertise across a dozen mostly rural counties serving over 850,000 people. Over the next few years, my partners and I felt the pressures of decreasing reimbursement coupled with the burdens of pre-approval requirements from insurers and competition from other practices. We felt that an infusion of capital was necessary to remain sustainable. As a result, we entered into a purchase agreement with a private equity company headquartered in California. The deal closed in 2017. Although I cannot disclose the transaction's details, there was indeed a non-compete clause. Per the non-compete clause, I would be restricted from practicing orthopedic surgery within 25 miles of any facility in which
Presumably that officer has a radio, but the Secret Service hasn't told us that. Presumably with the radio, the instant he saw a gunman on the roof with a rifle, you would be in the radio saying, shooter, shooter, gun, gun. 24 seconds is a lot of time for a Secret Service detail to go and pull President Trump down. It's a lot of time for a counter sniper to take out that sniper. The only rational inference is that local police was not able to talk to Secret Service. And from their testimony today, they've done nothing to improve it. Now, another set of questions that I asked, what's the relevant size of President Trump's detail compared to Joe Biden's detail compared to the First Lady's detail? Secret Service refused to answer that question. The obvious follow-up is, what is the relative threat level? How many threats are directed at Donald J. Trump? How many threats have been directed at President Biden? How many threats have been directed at the First Lady? Those are simple questions that require accountability. I hope and expect we will get them. But the critical question, and I want to underscore the call that has come from multiple senators for whistleblowers. I believe the rational inference from the evidence we know now is it was political bias at the top, at the leadership of the Secret Service, that led to insufficient agents and insufficient resources being devoted to protecting President Trump. And if it is true, we need to see on writing the discussion of why they didn't act sufficiently to keep the president safe.
All right, Mike Lee's next. The late Associate Justice Oliver Wendell Holmes Jr. used to say that there's a point of contact in every case, and he defined that point as the place where the boy got his finger caught in the machinery. Comparing that statement here, we might say it's a point of failure. Where are the points of failure that the Secret Service should have acknowledged? Where are the points of failure that after 17 days since this assassination attempt, the Secret Service still hasn't even answered the most basic questions? Let's look at what some of those were. First of all, why on earth did they ever let Donald Trump take the stage? He'd already been identified as a suspicious person who had entered with a rangefinder, something that one doesn't normally bring to a political rally. They otherwise regarded him as suspicious. They had taken photos of him. They had sent those things along to the Secret Service. Why on earth did they not remove President Trump from the stage after spectators and local law enforcement assigned to help protect the president had noticed that there was a guy with a rifle on a roof? By the way, it was a sloped roof, and noticeably absent today was the sloped roof defense. I don't understand exactly what role that played in their initial pronouncements. After this attack, maybe they got roofied or otherwise convinced to adopt a feigned sloped roof defense. But that was absurd, as was the Secret Service's initial denials of the repeated requests made to the Secret Service for additional protection. Also unanswered, but that falls squarely within the context of the point of contact or the point of failure. Why on earth did the snipers assigned to the second-story window with the clear view of that infamous sloped roof, a clear view of where the shooter stood and tried to kill President Trump? Why was that manned initially with snipers, with sharpshooters, and then abandoned at some point before the shooting took place? Now look, these are and should be obvious and easy basic questions for the Secret Service to answer. And they have had no fewer than 17 days since the attack to answer these questions. These are questions that they should have started asking and probably should have been able to answer within 24 hours. And yet again and again and again, what I heard, what my colleagues heard, what you heard if you were watching, was we're looking into it. I'm sorry, that doesn't cut it. These are legitimate questions. And for the reasons that we've identified, it's not as though the Secret Service has comported itself in a manner that calls out to us to defer to them, to have confidence in them. Nobody wants to believe the worst, to suspect the worst about what happens within government. But when they lie to us repeatedly, then when they refuse to answer the most basic questions, when they almost willfully decline to take any of the most basic precautions in order to protect the president, the former president, and I hope the next president of the United States, one has to wonder. Remember, King David didn't personally kill Uriah the Hittite, but he let him go out into a battlefield where he knew there was an imminent risk of grave bodily injury, and he made sure he didn't have adequate protection. We've got to get to the bottom of these questions to make sure that Donald Trump was not intended to be a Uriah the Hittite.
Well done, Bathsheba. Yeah, we have to get King David his own representation. John Cornyn, go ahead.
Well, it's obvious there were multiple points of failure on this day where that resulted in the loss of 1 life and 3 injured individuals, including the former President of the United States and Republican nominee for president in 2024. Some of the things that struck me were, for example, the drone that was used by the shooter to surveil the grounds to see where everybody was and where they were not. And amazingly, when the Secret Service tried to use their drone, they said there was a network congestion. I asked the obvious question, why if the shooter's drone worked, why didn't the Secret Service's drone work? And they said, well, we're looking into that. Secondly, as you know, the drones are ubiquitous these days, and they can also be weaponized. So there would not have been even the necessity for the shooter to have a gun if he had an ability to deploy a weaponized drone that day, something that the Secret Service was completely unprepared to deal with. I asked, do you have electronic warfare or jamming capability? And they said, well, we really can't talk about that here. Another one of their multiple points of failure. And then, as you've heard from my colleagues up here, the fact that a suspicious individual was identified, the acting director wanted to say, well, it wasn't until we saw the gun that we knew he would be a problem or a threat. But the fact of the matter is, the Secret Service allowed President Trump to go on the stage without having adequately investigated this suspicious individual. If they had simply asked him to stand down while they investigated, they would have discovered the shooter, and this shooting would never have occurred in the first place. Next, the Secret Service simply tried to delegate to local law enforcement their responsibilities, which are to keep their protectees safe. And the acting director made the point of saying Secret Service are the elite in law enforcement, and I believe that's true. These are the best of the best. But then for some reason, when it came to providing protection for President Trump, they delegated this to local law enforcement, obviously people less trained to deal with the sorts of threats that they saw that day, resulting in another point of failure. But finally, the lack of communication or ability to communicate the threat to the agents on the stage with the president was another point of failure. Because if they had been able to have simply a walkie-talkie or radio, which would have communicated from the field directly to the agents, they could have asked the president to keep his seat and to stay out of harm's way. So thanks to the divine intervention, President Trump did not lose his life that day. I told him that it's obvious God has other plans for him. But the fact of the matter is that the Secret Service has now been transferred since 2003 to the Department of Homeland Security. Now, why should that cause any of us concerns? Well, you've seen the job that the Department of Homeland Security is doing at the southern border. With about 10 million people released in the interior of the United States, Alejandro Mayorkas should have resigned years ago, completely incompetent, lied to Congress repeatedly, and now he's in charge of the Secret Service because they're part of the Department of Homeland Security. Obviously, we need to look at this matter from top to bottom, and we need to fix the Secret Service so no future candidates or existing office holders are exposed to this sort of threat again.
Thanks, John. I just want to put an exclamation point on this, and we'll open it up to questions. I think my colleagues did an excellent job of pointing out both the individual and systemic failures by the Secret Service on the day of this assassination attempt. And that's why we need a crisis intervention team to go in right now. We don't have to wait to see what the findings are from all the studies that we're doing right now. That being said, we need to make sure we uncover every stone, and that's why we need some type of an independent, non-political commission to dive deep into this. So we'll stop there. Some questions. Josh in the back, go ahead.
Was there ever any discussion in the planning stage about communicating from the advance team to Trump's security detail or the campaign risks of the clear line of sight from the AGR building? Based on your discussions with Secret Service?
We haven't got any of that. They haven't told us that. I mean, the simple question is why wasn't it inside the perimeter to begin with? That'd be the simple question, right? That hasn't even been answered. We haven't been told how many rings of perimeters that they have. Did they have 1, 2, or 3? I mean, obviously they had 2, but did they have the third one to push out? This is only 150 yards, 140 yards from the platform. When you're setting up a perimeter, you take all points of advantage. You take the water tower and you take every building around there that has direct sight. That is your third perimeter. That's your outer perimeter. So there was obviously no communication about it, but it would be the Secret Service that would be in charge of setting out the site planning to begin with. So I would assume not, but they haven't told us.
You know, I think the frustrating to me is that there was no standard of operating procedures defined or followed. Where should this first perimeter be? How far should it go out? Should there be any buildings left within 500 yards of the president with the direct line? Well, obviously there should not be. When do we decide to give President Trump more protection? There seemed to be no guidance. It seemed to be too political of an opportunity here. John?
Well, sir, I was going to ask, I think it came up during hearing that someone said they thought they were about 1,500 people short in terms of manpower. Is it conceivable that it's a budget issue, that they don't have the coverage because they don't have the financial resources?
Yeah. I think we've doubled their budget in the last 10 years. They have 8,000 agents protecting 33 people. That they need to be able to roll up the people that are sitting and doing nothing in those offices. And I say nothing. I shouldn't be that cavalier. They are doing important things. But obviously, in this situation, President Trump probably needed 4 or 5 times that. I would argue that it would be next to impossible to make that particular site safe for the president. It's going to take more than just throwing money at it. And I think certainly it starts with leadership. And that's what we're lacking right now is leadership.
The AIC would be the one that would, the agent in charge, would be the one that would ask that, right?
You want to set the mic?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry, I just want to get.
I'm sorry. The AIC would be the agent in charge of the site. That'd be the agent in charge of the whole whole venue that was setting up the protective perimeters. Would be the one that would set how many personnel he needs to guard it specifically. And so that would be one question that would need to be asked. Was a request given and was it denied?
That'd be a simple communication, because that should be, those site plans for the setting up the perimeters, that should have been given out I mean, that should be documentation. There's no question about it. I mean, when we used to do site planning, we would actually draw it out, and that'd be part of the briefing. You would put it up on the wall, or you'd put it out on emails, you know, tell you how long ago I was doing it. But you'd put it up on the wall, and you would actually assign, here's building A, B, C, D, or building 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, whatever it is, and how many people it's going to take to secure that building and block off all that whole perimeter. And that would be your personnel that you set by those perimeters. So without that, we don't know. We don't know actually how many people were actually needed to protect that site to make it secure.
Well, but given what happened, I think it's indisputable that there were not sufficient agents assigned to protect Donald Trump. That for that location, that roof was not secured. There were not agents in place to be aware of the sniper. There were not agents in place. There were not counter snipers who had visibility on the shooter. There was no aerial assets. We know from public reporting there have been multiple requests from the Trump team for additional agents, for additional equipment, and that those requests have been turned down. At the hearing, I asked, what is the relative size of the Secret Service detail that was assigned to Donald Trump in Butler, Pennsylvania, compared to the Secret Service detail that is assigned to Joe Biden, compared to the Secret Service detail that is assigned to the First Lady? There were reports that on the day of the rally, the Secret Service transferred agents from Donald Trump's detail to protect the First Lady. Now, look, it is important to protect the First Lady. But the acting director refused to answer any question about the relative size of how many agents are assigned. And what I believe happened is the Secret Service was treating Donald Trump as a former president. Former presidents are given Secret Service details, but not that extensive a Secret Service details. Typically, the threat profile a former president is facing is significantly less than Donald Trump is facing. Donald Trump is not just a former president. He is the Republican nominee to be president, and he is one of two people who is likely to be the next president of the United States. And it's why the request of the threat levels, how many threats, how many credible threats there are, is so important, because this decision is supposed to follow the threats. And I believe what the Department of Homeland Security did, what Alejandro Mayorkas did, is they didn't want to assign that additional protection because they didn't want to confer, I guess, legitimacy to Trump. I think it is the very same reasoning that led them to deny a Secret Service detail to Robert F. Kennedy Jr., because the fact that RFK Jr. is running is politically inconvenient to Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, and giving Secret Service detail would legitimize it. If that's their reasoning, Congress and the American people deserve to see in writing why they said no, because if you're actually doing your job, the job of the Secret Service, there clearly should have been additional agents. There should have been an agent on that roof. The shooter should have been detained and questioned, and there should have been aerial assets. None of those happened, and today, Secret Service answered none of those questions as to why they didn't happen.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Finance with AP. You mentioned you guys would like an independent, non-political commission. Can you talk about, first of all, what that would look like? Is that different than what's happening in the House side? They have a bipartisan commission that they've put up. Is there an effort to streamline what the House and Senate are doing so that you guys don't overlap, that you don't, get it interfering with each other's sources? Obviously, Senator Johnson and Grassley have their own whistleblower program and sources that they have. Is there an effort to streamline this because there is bipartisan concern about this?
I don't see an effort to streamline it on both sides. It appears to me, as usual, each house up here is going to do their own thing. To me, the big difference is it's apolitical. Neither Republicans nor Democrats, people that really, I don't know what party they belong to, experts in the field that are going to go out and do the hard work, and then they could feed the results to those particular committees. But I think it's more of a 9/11 style commission where there are apolitical, non-political people out there that are true experts in the field that have the time to do this. We don't have the time nor the staff to get to the answers we quickly need to. I think that this is something that the president could appoint. I think it's something that if the House and Senate leadership got together, they could do as well. Yeah, go ahead.
Senator, Deputy FBI Director said that they didn't have any solid evidence on the motive for the shooter, but then they go ahead and mention a social media account that might be the shooters and that had apparently posted anti-immigration and anti-Semitic posts. Do you think that was appropriate by the Deputy FBI Director, or do you think that's part, as Senator Cruz said, of the political bias in the leadership?
Look, it's difficult to tell because there was very little transparency from the FBI either. The CEO of Gab has said that there was a social media page of the shooters that indicated that he was a left-wing activist. I don't know if that's true or not, but the FBI certainly didn't acknowledge it. And I will say, look, I think one of the most concerning aspects of the Biden-Harris administration over the last 4 years has been the politicization of law enforcement, the politicization of the Department of Justice, of the FBI, of the entire machinery of government. And so it raises natural questions that is the FBI partially revealing information to frame a political narrative? Because they're not transparent, because they're not telling us what they found, because they are stonewalling, and the Secret Service is really stonewalling, it is difficult to know what the facts are. I think the American people have a right to know the facts.
Yep. Let's go to the very back. Go ahead.
Can I ask, this was the first time today that we heard from the new acting director, Rowe. Do the three of you have confidence in him as the acting director? Do you think he should remain on in that position for now?
Quinn, you want to first?
I have a very simple term to this. The proof's in the pudding, right? If he comes transparent and he's open and honest with Congress, I think that speaks volume. I'm not concerned about his capabilities, because he has quite a historic record of being very capable of doing his job. It's just how he handles it moving forward. So I'll give him the benefit of the doubt until he proves us wrong.
I think it's next to impossible to take any person from within the Secret Service to turn it around right now. I've been through enough things personally in my life, whether it was a coaching problem or a superintendent problem or a pastor that needed to go, and there was a big major cultural issue within that organization, that it takes somebody from outside to come in and actually objectively evaluate the situation, that there are such significant cultural breakdowns within the Secret Service right now. It literally is going to take a crisis management team. I think he's fine in his role right now as acting director, but I don't think that he has the skill set or the objective ability to turn this Secret Service around and take it to the place where America has confidence in it once again. I think that his unwillingness, as I hear him say, I take responsibility, but I'm not going to tell you if we actually had our meeting that morning or not with them. And he didn't know if they'd really had a meeting with the local police or not. His unwillingness to say who makes the decision when it comes to who gets Secret Service and how much. He was too focused on covering the actions of the Secret Service, so I don't think that he has the ability to turn this around. Somebody needs to stay in place from within, but we really need an entire new management team in there and shake this place up.
I do. I believe the Secret Service director should be Senate confirmed. I'm supporting legislation to do precisely that. But let me say on your question a moment ago, I'm going to agree with Mark Wayne that the proof will be in the pudding. I thought the acting director's testimony today was markedly better than the testimony of the previous director. The previous director demonstrated, to my mind, an almost complete contempt for the notion of accountability and would not answer any questions, and in fact maintained effectively that the Secret Service had done nothing wrong. And the proof of it was that President Trump was still alive. When had that bullet been a half inch to the left, history would have been different and President Trump would have been murdered that day. That is a total security failure on the part of the leadership of Secret Service. So the acting director, I was glad in his opening remarks, he stood up and took responsibility and admitted at the outset it was indefensible that roof was not secured. That was a good place to start. But then his testimony was disappointing, that repeatedly he refused to answer straightforward questions he should have known the answer to. And for me, it's going to come down to two things. Number one, how he responds to the questions for the record. I will be submitting a number of questions for the record. Other members of the committee will. Detailed questions in writing, and what I expect from the acting director is complete candor and transparency. If he behaves as he did this afternoon, circling the wagons and wanting to protect everyone at Secret Service to say we did nothing wrong, I think that will demonstrate he is not qualified for that job and does not understand the magnitude of the stakes. So I think question number one, does he demonstrate candor and transparency? And number two, is he able to change how Secret Service operates? Look, the most compelling question is, what are they doing differently today? The shooter in Butler, Pennsylvania was not the last threat to any of the protectees under Secret Service protection. What is Secret Service doing today to do differently? Are they assigning sufficient agents? Are they using assets? Are they using air assets? Are they using drones? Are they using helicopters? Are they going and questioning suspicious individuals? Have they worked through the communication? If they're relying on local law enforcement and yet they can't communicate with them, that needs to be fixed immediately, because the most compelling priority is to make sure, God forbid, another assassin does not carry out another attempted assassination or successful assassinations. That's the Secret Service's job, and that'll be the test of whether he's qualified to do the job.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
He talks loud, so it helps, but yeah, it's better when it's at the mic.
Video, it'll just be like an and then once they like scroll,
You can tell I don't care.
wherever it starts,
Okay.
it'll just be like a 30-second like blurb there, like that kind of stuff. But I think there might be a way.
All right, I will see you. I don't have anything else right now. Yeah, stay here. Okay, thank you.
Oh yeah, no, that'll be, because it goes like the first like second of the video or whatever, and the first like I think 30 seconds. I think for some reason it came up like 30 seconds after, but yeah, no, it should be set.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Is anything?
No, I don't think so. I think the only thing is like the computer, but I think it's fine. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
And although we're still learning about the shooter's motive, this attack was a shocking reminder that the threat of political violence is alive and well in our country. By all accounts, this was an inexcusable security and planning failure. And we need to get all of the facts about what happened that day and how we can ensure an attack like this is never allowed to happen again. Today's panel of witnesses leads the men and women who protect our top leaders and are investigating this crime. And I want to thank them both for being here today, as well as the Secret Service and FBI for a very productive and informative briefing with our committees last week. Today, our witnesses will help us begin to answer critical questions and get the information that we need to implement reforms that are clearly needed to strengthen security protocols for the U.S. Secret Service and the people who receive their protection. The Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs Committee has already begun that work. This discussion comes in the midst of a bipartisan investigation that Senator Paul and I have launched, in which we launched shortly after the assassination attempt took place. Our teams are still collecting critical information, speaking to law enforcement, and piecing together the details of this event. This past weekend, a bipartisan team of our investigators, along with key staff from Senators Blumenthal and Senator Johnson's office, traveled to Pennsylvania to speak with local law enforcement officials review critical information from security officials who were working alongside the Secret Service, and to see the site firsthand. And I want to thank the incredibly brave local law enforcement officers in and around Butler County who responded that afternoon and who met with my staff this past weekend. They have helped to answer tough questions, as well as discuss in detail how the event actually unfolded. I also want to thank the owners of Butler Country Farm Show and the American Glass Research for allowing my staff and law enforcement to walk the grounds and examine the roof of the building the gunman was able to assess. We greatly appreciate your assistance. I have also requested documents along with Senators Paul, Blumenthal, and Johnson related to security preparations, intelligence gathering on potential violence prior to the attack, and detailed explanations of the security response from federal, state, and local authorities. As part of our ongoing investigation, we also seek to speak with additional federal law enforcement personnel, including Secret Service agents who were responsible for securing the event. Today's hearing is an important opportunity to ask critical questions and to begin to give the American people the transparency and the answers that they certainly deserve. There are still many unanswered questions. We need additional information about the Secret Service's advanced planning efforts, the decisions surrounding sniper and counter-sniper team use, placement, and coordination. We also need answers about what appears to be a problematic communication system that limited efforts to relay information and respond to events as they unfolded real time. And while today is focused on asking difficult questions about what went wrong, I also want to thank the men and women of the Secret Service who in an instant will lay their lives on the line to protect our nation's leaders. They have incredibly challenging jobs, and they must continue their mission no matter what our hearing and investigation reveals. I'm also grateful to our Senate Judiciary Committee colleagues for joining us in this important discussion. Given their key role in oversight of both of the agencies represented before us today, and it's very clear that the U.S. Senate is focused on a productive conversation that will generate real answers and real reforms. And I appreciate all the work from members of both of our committees to help us achieve this absolutely essential goal. I would now like to recognize Ranking Member Paul for his opening remarks.
18 days ago, a would-be assassin managed to climb onto a roof 400 feet from the stage where the former president and leading presidential candidate Donald Trump was speaking. The assassin's bullet struck President Trump, narrowly missing a fatal blow thanks to a last-minute head turn. Tragically, not everyone was so fortunate. A beloved husband and father in the audience was killed, his life stolen in an instant. 2 others remain seriously injured, their futures uncertain. The lives of law enforcement officers working the event and those in the audience have been forever changed. Yet the media has shamefully moved on to other stories, and Google has been caught trying to suppress iconic images of a bloody Donald Trump, images showcasing the resolve of our nation in the face of the attack. But the American people have not forgotten, and we will not forget. There is no question that this was a monumental failure by the Secret Service. They had one job, and they failed. We know that. What remains unclear is who specifically failed, how they failed, and what must be done to ensure that something like this never happens again. America deserves to know that those responsible for this failure are frankly not going to be in charge of securing the upcoming Democrat National Convention. We need to know that someone's been placed on suspension, that someone won't be in charge of the next Donald Trump rally. Now, I was encouraged to hear that the acting director, Rowe, has initiated a disciplinary investigation in addition to the ongoing Secret Service policy review. This is an important step. However, real accountability will require a comprehensive examination of all the facts, which still remain unclear. This past Friday, my investigative team went to Pennsylvania to meet with local law enforcement and document the scene. One of the concerning things my team was told is that no one from Secret Service has talked to them since the shooting. I don't know how an investigation into what failed can be conducted without talking to the officers and agencies who were relied upon to do much of the work. Many questions remain unanswered about the planning and performance of security for July 13th. While a host of errors led to this security disaster, we now know local enforcement officers were suspicious of the shooter 90 minutes in advance of the shooting. There are two glaring issues we need to focus on. First, why were the AGR grounds and the roof left unattended? Why was the AGR building, the shooter's perch, left outside the perimeter? Local law enforcement told my staff that they specifically flagged the vulnerability of the building to the Secret Service and were told that it would be taken care of. Clearly, these vulnerabilities were not addressed. Second, why was Donald Trump allowed to take the stage, and why wasn't he removed from the stage when a suspicious individual was taking increasingly suspicious activities? Over 20 minutes before President Trump began his speech, the Secret Service Command Center had been made aware of an individual with a rangefinder. At least 10 minutes before it was confirmed, the Secret Service's counter-sniper team had been made aware of the suspicious subject and provided a photograph and a detailed description. Why was the event not delayed until the individual was found and checked out? Interviews with local law enforcement paint a different picture in critical places from what we have been told by the Secret Service in other briefings. Now we need to hear from the Secret Service agents responsible for security that day. Our committee has formally requested interviews with those agents, but we have not yet been allowed to speak to them. I expect Director Rowe today to tell us when we will be allowed to talk to these people. Finally, let me close with this. Mistakes, grave mistakes were made on July 13th, but that does not take away from the bravery of dozens of federal, state, and local officers that day. We are grateful for their sacrifices and professionalism. They deserve the truth now also. It is our duty and our utmost responsibility to ensure that we learn from this failure and hold those responsible accountable.
I would now like to recognize Chairman Durbin of the Senate Judiciary Committee for his opening remarks.
Thank you, Senator Peters. This is a rare joint meeting of the two committees, but we have matching jurisdiction, and I think it's the most efficient way to get to the truth. So thank you for letting us join you today. We've all seen the movies. We've read the books. The international assassin with sophisticated technology, elaborate plans, well-honed skills, sets out to kill a leading political figure in the United States. But how does that match the reality of what happened in Butler, Pennsylvania, when a 20-year-old introverted college student outsmarted one of the most sophisticated American law enforcement agencies in history, came within an inch of killing a former president of the United States? That's why we gather today to ask these hard questions. There's more to this story and other aspects that we ought to consider as well. We cannot lose sight of the factor that contributed to the violence on July 13th. Widespread, easy access to AR-15 military-style rifles. While we rely on the Secret Service to protect elected officials, we must acknowledge the unique challenges they face in light of the proliferation of weapons of war on our street. Pennsylvania, like many states, allows individuals to openly carry a loaded rifle without a permit. To make matters worse, assault rifles can easily be purchased from unlicensed dealers without a background check because of dangerous loopholes in our gun laws. This same kind of firearm has been used to carry out mass shootings in Newtown, Uvalde, Las Vegas, and Highland Park, Illinois, killing dozens of children and adults and injuring many more. Looking across this dais, I recognize we have our differences on many issues. But when it comes to the protection of the president and presidential candidates, we should stand united. We know that protecting our elected officials is essential to a functioning democracy. I hope this hearing can be an example of how we will work together on a bipartisan basis to not only understand this shocking event, but to ensure it never happens again. We must do this without the incendiary language and conspiracy mongering that too often dominates our political discourse today. Ongoing investigations by the Secret Service and the FBI are critical, but Congress, the victims' families, and the American people deserve transparency and accountability now. I'll now turn to my partner on the Judiciary Committee, Ranking Member Lindsey Graham.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Several of us from the military have a military background. If this happened in the military, a lot of people would be fired. And if a lot of people are not fired, the system failed yet again. Having said that, the people who are brave and jumped on the stage to protect the president need to be applauded. We need to learn what happened, make corrective action, but somebody's got to be fired. Nothing's going to change until somebody loses their job. Thank you.
It's the practice of the Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs Committee to swear in witnesses. So if our two witnesses could please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony you will give before this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Thank you. You may be seated. Our first witness is Ronald Rove, Jr. Mr. Rove is currently the acting director of the United States Secret Service. Prior to this role, Acting Director Rove was the 23rd Deputy Director of the Secret Service. He has had a distinguished 25-year career in the Secret Service, from coordinating major security operations to collaborating with other government and law enforcement agencies. Additionally, he has served as the Chief of Staff to the Director, as Deputy Assistant Director for the Office of Protective Operations, and as Deputy Assistant Director for the Office of Intergovernmental and Legislative Affairs. Mr. Director, thank you for appearing before this committee today. You are now recognized for your opening statement.
Good morning. Chairman Peters, Chairman Durbin, Ranking Member Paul, Ranking Member Graham, and distinguished members of the committees. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. A critical part of the Secret Service mission is protecting our nation's current and former government leaders. The attempted assassination of former President Donald J. Trump on Saturday, July 13th, 2024, in Butler, Pennsylvania, was a failure on multiple levels. I join you and all Americans in condemning the horrific assault on former President Trump, Corey Comparator, James Copenhaver, and David Dutch. And I extend my deepest sympathies to the Comparator family and my sincere wishes for Mr. Copenhaver and Mr. Dutch's continued recovery. Before I begin, though, I want to commend the heroic actions of the men and women of the United States Secret Service on July 13th. Our special agents shielded the former president with their bodies while shots were still being fired, selflessly willing to make the ultimate sacrifice without hesitation. I am extremely proud of these actions and those taken by the counter-sniper team to neutralize the threat that prevented further loss of life. And I applaud the actions of our tactical teams that responded so quickly. I would also like to express my gratitude to our federal, state, and local partners. We rely on these critical relationships, which have developed over decades of daily collaboration to secure protective events and conduct criminal investigations. As you're aware, there are multiple ongoing investigations of the attack and the security failures that occurred that day. I pledge my full support to those inquiries so the Secret Service, your committees, and the American people have a thorough and complete understanding of what happened leading up to and during July 13th. I will not wait for the results of those findings to assess where we failed that day. I have taken and will continue to take immediate steps to ensure we do not repeat those failures. Since my appointment as the acting director 1 week ago, I identified gaps in our security on July 13th and have implemented corrective actions. One of my first actions as acting director was traveling to the Butler Farm Show site to better understand how our protection failed. I went to the roof of the AGR building where the assailant fired shots, and I laid in a prone position to evaluate his line of sight. What I saw made me ashamed. As a career law enforcement officer and a 25-year veteran with the Secret Service, I cannot defend why that roof was not better secured. To prevent similar lapses from occurring in the future, I directed our personnel to ensure every event site security plan is thoroughly vetted by multiple experienced supervisors before it is implemented. It is clear to me that other protective enhancements could have strengthened our security at the Butler event. As such, I have directed the expanded use of unmanned aerial systems at protective sites to help detect threats on roofs and other elevated threats. I've also directed resources to facilitate our protective site communications, particularly our communications with our state and local partners. In addition, I have instructed the asset request for Secret Service protective details to be approved expeditiously and have ordered the maximum use of requested personnel at protective sites to address this heightened security environment. I've heard your calls for accountability, and I take them very seriously. And given the magnitude of this failure, the Secret Service's Office of Professional Responsibility is reviewing the actions and decision-making of Secret Service personnel in the lead-up to and on the day of the attack. If this investigation reveals that Secret Service employees violated agency protocols, those employees will be held accountable to our disciplinary process. With respect to congressional investigations and requests for information, I instructed my staff to provide full cooperation and respond expeditiously on a continuing basis to ensure you have the information you need to conduct your critical oversight. In my testimony before you today, I will provide details on the Secret Service's advanced security planning for the Butler Farm Show site. Facts as we know them regarding the incident itself, known breakdowns in executing the security plan, and corrective actions that the agency is taking to ensure that nothing like this happens again. But I do not believe that inadequate time to plan for this event was a factor in the failure. As you saw in my written statement, I am prepared to provide an overview of the security planning leading up to and during the July 13th attack. However, I would like to point out that based on what I know right now, neither the Secret Service counter-sniper teams nor members of the former president's security detail had any knowledge that there was a man on the roof of the AGR building with a firearm. It is my understanding those personnel were not aware the assailant had a firearm until they heard gunshots. Prior to that, they were operating with the knowledge that local law enforcement was working an issue of a suspicious individual prior to the shots being fired. I regret that information was not passed to Congress and the public sooner with greater frequency. And I fear this lack of information has given rise to multiple false and dangerous conspiracy theories about what took place that day. And I want to debunk these theories. Let me address one conspiracy directly. The Secret Service counter-sniper neutralized the assailant within seconds after the assailant fired his weapon. That counter-sniper had full discretion to use deadly force to stop an attacker and did not need to seek authorization to fire. I am immensely proud of the selfless dedication of our employees to the mission. Every day, across the globe, the men and women answer the call to protect our nation's leaders, and the standard is no fail for a reason. During our current high operational tempo, I want and I need to ensure that the Secret Service workforce are uplifted so they can focus on carrying out the mission. They have my full support, and I'm confident in their abilities to ensure the safety and security of the people we protect. They are worthy of trust and confidence, and they deserve your support as well as the support of the American people. Chairman Peters, Chairman Durbin, Ranking Member Paul, Ranking Member Graham, and members of the committees, thank you for the opportunity to testify at this joint hearing. I will submit the remainder of my statement for the record, and I will answer your questions.
Thank you, Mr. O. Our second witness is Paul Abate. Mr. Abate is the Deputy Director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation at the Department of Justice. In this role, Deputy Director Abate oversees all FBI domestic and international investigative and intelligence activities. Prior to his appointment as Deputy Director, he has had a distinguished 3 decades within the FBI leading counterterrorism efforts, and most recently as the Associate Deputy Director of the FBI, where he's responsible for the management of all FBI personnel, budget, administration, as well as infrastructure. Mr. Abate, thank you for appearing before the committee here today. You are recognized for your opening remarks.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, Chairman Peters and Durbin, Ranking Members Paul and Graham, and distinguished members of the committee. It is a privilege to appear before you today to discuss the FBI's investigation of the attempted assassination of former President Trump on July 13th in Butler, Pennsylvania. Before going further, I want to again offer my and our condolences to the victims of this heinous attack. to the family and loved ones of heroic firefighter and father Corey Comparator, to Mr. Dutch, to Mr. Koppenhaver, who continue to recover, and to former President Trump, who was also struck by a bullet fired from the shooter's rifle. Our thoughts and prayers are with each of them and their families and loved ones. Within minutes of the attack, the FBI field office in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, received notification of the assassination attempt and responded to the scene immediately with a surge of resources, quickly moving forward on the investigation. From the outset, the FBI has been investigating this attack as an assassination attempt and an act of domestic terrorism. Our team continues to conduct a full, thorough, and objective investigation and will continue to follow all leads and avenues of investigation to logical conclusion, leaving no stone unturned. While it's not typical to provide details of an ongoing investigation, this, as we all know, is an extraordinarily tragic set of circumstances of the utmost national importance, making it essential to inform the American public and Congress what is known right now with full transparency. The investigation remains focused, of course, on determining motive, identifying any potential co-conspirators or others with knowledge of the attack, and building out a timeline of shooter Thomas Crook's actions in advance of and during the attack. Thus far, though absolutely nothing has been ruled out, the investigation has not identified a motive, nor any co-conspirators or others with advanced knowledge. To date, the FBI team has conducted more than 460 interviews, executed search warrants, including at the shooter's residence, and seized electronic media to include phones, laptops, hard drives, and thumb drives. Legal process has been issued to dozens of companies, and we've received more than 2,000 tips from the public. The full resources of the FBI have been brought to bear in furtherance of the investigation. Agents, analysts, professional staff, experts. I've personally visited the site of this horrific attack and seen firsthand the work of FBI Pittsburgh and our partners on the front line, and want to thank all involved for their ongoing and tireless efforts to get the answers that we need and to deliver justice. Specialized resources deployed included evidence response teams, victim services specialists, laboratory and operational technology division resources to process physical and digital evidence, a shooting reconstruction team. Additionally, our explosive experts have analyzed the 3 IEDs recovered, 2 from the shooter's vehicle, 1 from the family residence. And our behavioral analysis unit, importantly, is helping to build a profile of the shooter to include his mental state. Next, I want to provide a brief highlighted overview of the timeline that has been established to date through witness interviews and other information. Again, this is our understanding at present and is subject to change and further refinement as more facts are collected. On July 3rd, the rally in Butler, Pennsylvania was announced. On July 6th, the shooter registered to attend the rally and performed a search for, quote, how far was Oswald from Kennedy? On July 7th, the shooter traveled from his home to the Butler Farm Show grounds and remained there for approximately 20 minutes. We assess this shows advanced planning and reconnaissance on his part. On July 12th, the shooter traveled from his home to the Clairton Sportsman Club, where he practiced shooting. On the morning of July 13th, at approximately 10 a.m., the shooter returned to the Farm Show grounds and remained there for about 70 minutes before returning home again. At approximately 1:30 p.m., while at the residence, the shooter's father gave him a rifle for the purpose, he believed, of going back to the Sportsman Club. About 25 minutes later, the shooter purchased ammunition while en route to the Butler Farm Show grounds. The subject then arrived at the scene and was moving around the Farm Show grounds close to the American Glass Research AGR building, from which he ultimately committed the attack. Shortly thereafter, at approximately 3:51 p.m., the shooter flew a drone approximately 200 yards from the Farm Show grounds for about 11 minutes. The drone and controller were later found in the subject's car. Analysis has not revealed any photos or video taken by the drone, but we can confirm that he was live streaming at the time and would have been able to view it on his controller. The first reported sighting of the shooter by local law enforcement was at approximately 4:26 p.m. At approximately 5:10 p.m., the shooter was again identified by local law enforcement as a suspicious person around the AGR building. And at approximately 5:14 p.m., a local SWAT operator took a photo of the shooter. At about 5:32 p.m., local SWAT observed the shooter next to the AGR building using his phone, browsing news sites, and with a rangefinder. At approximately 5:38 p.m., the photo of the shooter taken earlier was sent to local SWAT operators in a text message group. Subsequently, approximately 25 minutes prior to the shooting, the U.S. Secret Service command post was notified of a suspicious person. Officers lost sight of the subject from approximately 6:02 p.m. to 6:08 p.m., but continued to communicate with each other in an attempt to locate him. Recently discovered video from a local business shows the shooter pulling himself up onto the AGR building rooftop at approximately 6:06 p.m. And at approximately 6:08 p.m., the subject was observed on the roof by local law enforcement. At approximately 6:11 p.m., a local police officer was lifted to the roof by another officer, saw the shooter, and radioed that he was armed with, quote, a long gun. Within approximately the next 30 seconds, the shots were fired. The evidence recovery team found 8 shell casings at the scene next to the shooter's body. We believe the subject, the shooter, fired 8 rounds. While the investigation has not determined motive, the investigative team continues to review information from legal returns, including online and social media accounts. Something just very recently uncovered that I want to share is a social media account which is believed to be associated with the shooter in about the 2019-2020 timeframe. There were over 700 comments posted from this account. Some of these comments, if ultimately attributable to the shooter, appear to reflect anti-Semitic and anti-immigration themes, to espouse political violence, and are described as extreme in nature. While the investigative team is still working to verify this account to determine if it did in fact belong to the shooter, we believe it important to share and note it today, particularly given the general absence of other information to date from social media and other sources of information that reflect on the shooter's potential motive and mindset. These are the facts, in part, that the investigation has revealed to date. While the shooter is dead, our work is very much ongoing and urgent. Thank you, and I look forward to answering any and all questions.
Thank you, Mr. Abaid. We'll now proceed. Chairman Durbin and Ranking Member Graham will ask the first 2 questions. I will then ask question Ranking Member Paul, and then after that, we will alternate between members of the judiciary, recognized by Chairman Durbin, and members of the Homeland Security Committee, recognized by me. With that, Senator Durbin, you're recognized for your questions.
Thank you, Senator Peters. I would like to begin by making a statement. It's not in the form of a question, and you'll understand why when I say it. In 20 days, we're going to start the Democratic National Convention in Chicago. I have been briefed by the law enforcement agencies plans for security for that event. Tens of thousands of people will be there, including some of the highest-ranking politicians in the United States. I trust that both of your agencies can answer in the affirmative if I ask you whether you're actively engaged in working with the development of security plan, taking into consideration the lessons of July 13th.
Senator, that is 100% yes from the Secret Service.
Yes, from the FBI as well, sir. We've been working on this for well over a year in preparation.
I'm not going to ask for details for obvious reasons, but I do want to ask a question about the Secret Service staffing. Congress has nearly doubled the budget for the Secret Service over the last 10 years, from $1.8 billion in fiscal year 2014 to $3 billion in fiscal year 2024. Despite this large increase in funding, the number of agents in protective operations has fallen from 4,027 to 3,671 during that same time period, an approximate 9% reduction. Acting Director Rowe, what accounts for protective operations losing 356 agents over the past 10 years?
So, Senator, with respect to where we are today on staffing, and then I'll address the 10-year where we were. In this year alone, we are going to end the year on the positive of 200-plus agents. That's the first time in a number of years that we've been able to do that. Part of that was gaining some efficiencies in our hiring process. But what I want to re-emphasize is that we have not dropped standards. Only 2% of every applicant actually makes it through the hiring process. We are filling our classes at the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center. We are doing this ramp up as part of what lies ahead of us with the LA Olympics in 2028. With respect to what has happened in years prior, this is a difficult and challenging job, being a Secret Service agent. Living your life by somebody else's schedule, constantly away from your family, constantly having to meet increased operational and investigative demands, which we gladly do. But it's not for everyone. And I think there are times where people have to make tough choices and they decide to leave the agency. But that doesn't mean that they were any less of an agent or that they weren't committed to the mission, because we are all committed to being patriots and serving our country and protecting our nation's highest leaders. I think there was a variety of factors. Some of it was the pandemic. Some of it was, the economy or other opportunities. We have people that are very skilled in cyber that often leave the job. Some of the protective skills that they acquire are also in demand in the private sector. But some of the mechanisms that we've put in place just in the last year is also retaining our workforce. And that's what we are focused on right now.
The Government Accountability Office has determined that restaffing from these losses have been slowed due to a number of factors, including the years-long background checks for prospective agents and the assignments agents must work through before being assigned to protection. Given these constraints, what steps have you taken to improve recruitment?
So we're actually putting out targeted recruitment opportunities. So we've just recently put it out for within our uniform division for our counter sniper unit, our hazardous agent medical emergency response unit, our counter assault team on the special agent side. So we're actually trying to gather the best and the brightest. And I will tell you that we are having great success with a lot of these vacancies. But what I want to reiterate is that, for example, on the counter assault vacancy, we had 700 applicants that applied for this. Really, what we will glean after they make it through the process, and they have to be able to hold a top secret
is to prevent businesses from having to compete for workers. It's like price fixing, but for jobs. Bipartisan coalitions in Congress have supported restricting non-compete clauses. And that's why I was really pleased in April when the Federal Trade Commission finalized a new rule to protect more than 100 million workers by prohibiting employers from forcing their workers into non-compete agreements. This rule is another example of the Biden-Harris administration acting to rein in corporate abuse, and it makes lives better for ordinary Americans, from reducing abusive overdraft costs to ensuring workers get the overtime pay they deserve, to wiping out junk fees on airlines, concert tickets, hotels, and more. Now, with this rule, the FTC is doing exactly what Congress authorized it to do, prohibiting unfair methods of competition. This rule is incredibly popular. More than 90% of the comments that the FTC received on the rule were favorable, and it's no wonder. FTC analysis shows that it will increase workers' pay by an average of about $500 a year. It will cut health care costs by tens of billions of dollars over the next decade. The rule will unleash innovation and economic growth, helping create about 8,500 new businesses every year and resulting in tens of thousands of new patents. The FTC and the Biden-Harris administration deserve all the credit in the world for putting this rule in place. You've heard me say it before, and I will say it again. I believe in markets, competitive markets. This rule makes sure that Americans can take their skills, their labor, and their willingness to work hard into that market and get the best possible pay and working conditions. That's how markets are supposed to work in a free country. So, where are our Republican friends on this issue? Once again, instead of standing up for real competition, they are moving nearly in lockstep with the big corporations that hate these rules. Republicans in the House have introduced a Congressional Review Act resolution to try to overturn the FTC's new non-compete rule. Of course, if it managed to pass the House and the Senate, President Biden would veto it. So opponents of the bill are now taking to the courts, and they are getting President Trump's judges to intervene on this rule. The Chamber of Commerce and other corporate trade groups have gone court shopping to put the case before an extremist, Trump-appointed judge in Texas, and they're hoping to get an extremist ruling next month to put the whole rule on hold. These lawsuits are the product of an abuse of the justice system to try to stop the Biden-Harris administration from helping America's workers. The opponents of the rule are going so far that they are even trying to have the FTC, after all these years, have the FTC declared unconstitutional. This is not the first time that the Chamber of Commerce and other big money outfits have trotted out this playbook. This is what happens when big business thinks it can get whatever it wants from radical Trump judges. They use the courts to block the Biden-Harris administration from enacting common sense rules that will help Americans and help our economy. We need to deal with this specific case on non-compete clauses, but we also need broader court reform to end these abuses. As this case in Texas moves forward, another judge in Pennsylvania has refused to strike down the FTC's non-compete rule. The Texas case should be resolved similarly. Any reasonable, nonpartisan interpretation of the law would make it clear that Congress explicitly gave the FTC the authority to ban non-competitive restraints of trade, including non-compete agreements that keep workers from looking for a better job. In today's hearing, we'll hear more about why the legal effort to roll back this rule is wrong and about how, once the rule is finally implemented, millions of workers will benefit. With that, I turn to my ranking member, Senator Kennedy, and ask him for his opening statement.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Welcome to our witnesses. About 90% of my personal and political philosophy is don't hurt anyone else unless you have to defend yourself. Don't take other people's stuff. And leave me alone. I believe in free enterprise. I believe in markets. I believe in the ingenuity and the persistence of the American people, of all people, humanity. Non-compete clauses are sort of like Senate bills. There's some good ones and there are some bad ones. Non-compete clauses, by their definition, are a restriction, operate as a restriction on both the employer and the employee. So from one perspective, there are restrictions on free enterprise. That doesn't mean that they're inappropriate in all cases. When it's necessary to protect business information, when it is necessary to protect trade secrets, when those agreements are negotiated by two parties of reasonably equal bargaining strength, there can be a place for non-compete agreements. They can also be abused. I don't think it's appropriate for example, fast food restaurateur. I don't know if this example even exists, but I've heard some people allege it. Shame on them if it's not true. But if it is true, I don't think a fast food restaurateur should ask entry-level employees to sign a non-compete agreement. Then what's the point other than to restrict free enterprise? That makes no sense to me. I think it's also very important for us and for the courts to take a look at the relative bargaining strength of the parties. I don't believe in contracts of adhesion. I think that people ought to, all things being equal, ought to be able to address these issues with the same amount of leverage. Now, we live in the real world. I know that balance doesn't always exist, but it's something that we have to take a look at. Most state law, of which I'm aware, requires that non-compete agreements be reasonable. And courts, I think, at both the state, to some extent at the federal level, but generally it's a state issue, take a look at the length of the non-compete agreement. They look at the bargaining strength of the parties. They look at the terms, obviously. They look at what behavior is being restrained. Why is it necessary to restrain that behavior? What are the interests of the employee? What are the interests of the employer? And if they're reasonable and there's a legitimate purpose, I think in most cases they've, let me say this, in many cases they've been upheld. I'm going to stay as long as I can today. I'd like to hear your testimony. I'd like to ask you questions. We've got a lot going on. I think a vote has already been called, and I'm going to have to go down and vote. But what my friend Senator Warren said in her opening statement, notwithstanding about Republicans, that's kind of this Republican's point of view about non-compete agreements. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kennedy. And now I'd like to introduce our witnesses. First, we have Dr. Heidi Shearholtz. Dr. Shearholtz is the president of the Economic Policy Institute. She served as the chief economist at the U.S. Department of Labor during the Obama administration. Thank you for being here with us. Next is Dr. R. James Toussaint. Dr. Toussaint is an orthopedic surgeon who completed his medical training at NYU and Harvard University. He currently practices in Florida. I want to extend a very special thanks to Dr. Toussaint because he was one of the people who helped during the Boston Marathon bombing, and we're grateful for that help. I also want to extend another very special thank you. I know that you were very helpful following the earthquake in Haiti in 2010, so thank you very much for your work. And our third witness is Ms. Haley Page. Ms. Page is a wedding and shoe designer who also resides in Florida. She rose to fame designing Haley Page dresses sold across the country and starring on the TLC show Say Yes to the Dress before being slammed with a non-compete that she only very recently beat in court. So thank you very much for being here. So I'm going to start, we'll do witness statements, and then we'll go to our questions. Dr. Shearholtz, if I could start with you, please.
Thank you very much. Chair Warren, Ranking Member Kennedy, other members of the subcommittee, thanks for the opportunity to testify here today. So first, non-compete agreements are ubiquitous. Most studies find that roughly 1 in 5 workers are subject to a non-compete, and without a ban, that share would almost surely keep rising. To understand the effect of non-competes on workers, it's useful to remember that essentially the only source of leverage that an individual non-unionized worker has with respect to their employer is their ability to quit and take a job somewhere else. That is the thing that means their employer has to provide them a job that is competitive enough in terms of compensation and opportunities that they're not incentivized to leave and take another job or start their own business. But non-competes cut off that source of worker leverage at the knees. When workers do not have the freedom to take another job, their employers simply do not have to pay them as well or provide them as good a job. And an extensive body of research bears that out, showing that non-competes significantly reduce wages. Okay, some claim that though non-competes reduce wages, they're still necessary because they say they boost innovation by incentivizing firms to invest in developing important advancements. However, the best evidence consistently finds that the net effects of non-competes on innovation go in the opposite direction. Here's why. By preventing workers from leaving their employers to create new businesses, non-competes reduce business formation, reducing dynamism in the economy. And by keeping workers locked in jobs, non-competes reduce productivity growth. The economy runs the strongest when workers are in the jobs that are the best match for their skills and interests. Non-competes keep workers from being able to go to firms that yield the most productive matches. The declines in non-competes in business formation and job-to-job mobility cause an overall decline in innovation. So, for example, studies consistently find that non-competes lead to significant decline in the rate of patenting, including in the rate of breakthrough inventions. Okay, further, banning non-competes will likely reduce inflation. Non-competes increase concentration in markets for goods and services by preventing workers from leaving their employers to create a new business or to join other firms that would intensify competition, and all of that increases prices. So, for example, research shows that non-competes significantly increase the cost of physician services. Banning non-competes is estimated to reduce healthcare costs by at least $74 billion over the next 10 years. It is also worth noting that employers do not actually need non-competes to protect trade secrets. Intellectual property law provides businesses with significant legal protections for trade secrets, and employers are also able to use tailored non-disclosure and non-solicitation agreements. Provisions like those that directly address what employers may and may not do with company secrets allow businesses to protect trade secrets without being such a blunt instrument that they harm competition by taking away workers' freedom to take another job at another firm or start another business if they leave their firm. Okay, some have claimed that the FTC does not have the authority to ban non-competes, but the FTC Act clearly states that unfair methods of competition are illegal, and it authorizes the FTC to issue rules and regulations that prevent their use. And I think it's worth stepping back and just noticing non-competes are not trying to hide that they are contrary to open and fair competition. It is in their name. With the non-compete rule, the FTC is doing exactly what it was empowered and directed to do by the FTC Act: take action to protect fair competition. Finally, I'll say it's worth considering who benefits from non-competes. Non-competes benefit the owners of existing businesses who want to protect their advantage by stopping new businesses from forming and competing with them. They also benefit existing businesses who want to pay their workers less and prevent other firms from being able to hire them away by offering them better jobs with better wages. So it is not actually surprising that groups representing incumbent business owners are fighting tooth and nail to keep their non-competes, but that does not mean non-competes are good for the country. They aren't. They are bad for the vast majority. They are bad for economic dynamism and innovation. They depress business formation and labor mobility. They hurt productivity and growth. They raise wages. They raise prices. They shrink workers' wages. They restrict workers' freedoms. Banning these coercive and unfair agreements is fundamental to the FTC's mandate, and the workforce, consumers, and the broader economy will be better off for it.
Thank you very much, Dr. Schierholtz. Appreciate your testimony. Dr. Toussaint.
Good afternoon, Chair Warren, Ranking Member Kennedy, and members of the committee. It's an honor to be here, and I thank you for inviting me to discuss my experience with non-compete agreements from a doctor's perspective. My name is Rule James Toussaint, and I'm an orthopedic surgeon at the University of Florida as of 2022. And I'd like to state for the record that the opinions expressed herein are my own and do not reflect the positions of UF or UF Health. I was born in Haiti and immigrated to Florida, where I achieved the American dream. I was the first in my family to be accepted to college. I worked on Wall Street after college to pay off my student loans. I was then accepted to medical school, where I graduated among the top of my class, and as a result, I matched at Harvard University's orthopedic surgery residency program and then completed an orthopedic foot and ankle fellowship. In 2014, I joined a private practice group in North Central Florida as their only foot and ankle trained orthopedic surgeon. I was one of only 2 surgeons with this expertise across a dozen mostly rural counties serving over 850,000 people. Over the next few years, my partners and I felt the pressures of decreasing reimbursement coupled with the burdens of pre-approval requirements from insurers and competition from other practices. We felt that an infusion of capital was necessary to remain sustainable. As a result, we entered into a purchase agreement with a private equity company headquartered in California. The deal closed in 2017. Although I cannot disclose the transaction's details, there was indeed a non-compete clause. Per the non-compete clause, I would be restricted from practicing orthopedic surgery within 25 miles of any facility in which the group was currently providing medical services, any facility in which the group had previously provided medical services, any facility in which the group was targeted for expansion within the entire state of Florida, and any facility the group was in discussions with related to a potential acquisition. This non-compete was valid for 2 years, and of course, the group was located in multiple states. One might wonder why we would sign such a deal. The reality is that the nuances of the non-compete were not known until we, the doctors, spent hundreds of thousands of dollars in transaction expenses related to the acquisition. We felt backed into a corner and believed that our only choice was to proceed with the transaction in good faith. Unfortunately, within months after closing the deal, the morale of the physicians and the staff declined. Instead of cost savings, the practice's overhead expenses increased significantly due to more layers of administrators, excessive management fees, and millions of dollars of debt expenses. The overhead increased so substantially that some physicians not only did not receive a paycheck, but actually paid to work, despite the physicians taking on all the risks of patient care. All the while, the cost of the patients started to rise, and they complained that their quality of care decreased. Personally, I became disillusioned by management focus on dollars instead of the quality of care. I eventually put in my resignation stating my intent to leave for academic practice at the nearby nonprofit public institution. This decision made sense given that the only other orthopedic foot and ankle surgeon in the entire region was retiring, and I would be able to help educate the next generation of doctors. Despite this, the private equity group filed suit against me. It did not matter to the private equity group that a community of over 850,000 people would not have a specialist surgeon to care for them. It also didn't matter to the private equity group that the university was the only contracted provider of orthopedic care for Medicaid patients in the community, and without me, they would have to travel hours away for care. And finally, it did not matter to the PE group that the state of Florida had already enacted a special statute, Chapter 542, Section 336, stating that if one entity employs all the doctors within a special specialty in the county, that the non-compete is already void. It didn't matter to them. Despite all of this, within days of my leaving the practice, the private equity group threatened legal action to prevent me from entering academic practice. Despite the aforementioned Florida statute negating the non-compete, the private equity goals were clear: to wage a prolonged legal battle in the hopes that I would give up and leave my community before a final judgment was made. After an expensive 4-month dispute, a legal settlement was finally achieved and I was able to join the university. Not surprisingly, many patients from my previous practice told me that they were very frustrated when they called the group asking for me. They said that the private equity group lied to them and stated that I had retired from medicine, which is clearly untrue. Because of my concerns with private equity in healthcare, including their use of non-compete agreements, I joined the Coalition for Patient-Centered Care, a group of healthcare stakeholders who oppose private equity's influence over independent physicians. I have experienced the negative consequences of non-compete agreements have on patients, the physicians, and their communities. And I conclude that these restrictive covenants negatively impact patient access to physicians, limit the quality of care, and increase costs to all parties. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Toussaint, and I very much appreciate your coming here to share your story. Ms. Haley Page, you're up next.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is such an honor. Thank you so much for having me. I love my country. I am somebody that knew what I wanted to do at a very young age in life, and I dedicated my childhood, education, and industry experience to bringing women joy through wedding dress design. And boy, did I love it. My dresses were in over 300 stores. I was on a show called Say Yes to the Dress. And at one point, Vogue actually named me one of the top 10 wedding dress designers in the world. So this was my dazzling American dream. However, my non-compete clause. This stifled my ability to work, took away what I loved doing most. It left me financially devastated, and it shook my faith in the justice system. Let me take you back to how it started. In 2011, at 25 years old, I signed an employment agreement that included a non-compete clause, as well as an intellectual property provision. I believed that this non-compete was reasonably restricted within the duration or term of my employment. It would be perfectly reasonable to not compete with the very company that I was trying to add value to. But there was also a disproportionate negotiation power that many young employees and young creators are subjected to. I felt compelled to sign that contract or I would lose my big opportunity. 9 years later, thousands of dresses, I attempted to renegotiate that contract as I felt I had outperformed. My contract was due for a good upgrade. My former employer sued me in federal court, and it was only then that I realized exactly how that contract was going to be interpreted. Under a subsequent injunction, I was forbidden from using my own birth name. I was also not allowed to practice my chosen trade for a 7-year period, unpaid, no commission, no royalties. I also had to hand over my heavily followed and personal social media accounts. It dawned on me that securing my dream job at 25 years old actually required me to forfeit that dream once that job was over. Now, I refused to succumb to victimhood entirely. I chose a creative pivot. I changed my name publicly to Cheval, and I started a new Instagram. But the idea of having to change my trade after I dedicated my life to a very specific skill set, where all of a sudden it felt like my livelihood became a threat to others, was the hardest thing of everything that happened to me. Even not being able to use my birth name, it was still worse to not be able to practice my trade. So I think you can imagine what happened next. I fought. 3.5 years of litigation, millions of dollars that I didn't even have. I am now in debt. I spent every dollar I ever made designing wedding dresses to fight for my right to once again design wedding dresses. I was privileged to have a devoted and incredible legal team that went to bat for me when my financial situation ran out. Most people do not have this privilege. It took us 2 trips to the appellate court just to get my Instagram back and prove that it was mine. Now, the residual stress on brides was devastating for me. I'm very close with many of my brides, and they dreamed of this moment for years to pick the dress of their dreams from their favorite designer, and they no longer could. I also experienced residual stress from my store base who invested in a designer brand from a very specific designer. In my mind, my contract did not benefit me, my brides, or my industry. It also didn't seem to impact positively my former employer who filed for bankruptcy during the litigation. The American dream is built on the premise of what you can do for your country. What is your contribution? And if we want to continue to inspire innovation, tax people the way that we do, and assure that opportunities remain accessible, we cannot restrict people from working. If corporations are not limited in hiring and profiting, why are employees limited or restricted on working and earning? In my situation, I was replaced by another designer in a matter of months, yet I couldn't make a living for years. Now, I know this testimony is from the perspective of an employee, but I am now also a small business owner. And what I've learned is that there are very effective legal precautions you can take to protect your intellectual property. I now officially own my own, and I know why it is so important. There are privacy policies, fiduciary duties. There are also ways to impose non-disclosure agreements to effectively safeguard trade secrets. Imagine a world where the next great innovation is unrealized, where the brightest minds are not in laboratories or hospitals or sitting here in this courtroom. Just imagine what we could be missing out on. The irony is that this hearing is taking place in one of the best days of competition in the world, the women's gymnastics team finals in the Olympics. I was a competitive gymnast for 16 years, so you can only imagine the poetry that I am experiencing right now in this very moment. But I can tell you firsthand that the pride and the patriotism that you can feel when you have no cap on what you're capable of doing, that is where the magic is, and that is where I believe our country goes. So to that, long live fair competition, and let the girl design a dress.
Thank you very much, Ms. Page. That was very powerful. I recognize Senator Smith from Minnesota to start our questions.
Thank you very much, Chair Warren and Ranking Member Kennedy, and thank you so much to our testifiers here today. I am really grateful for your testimony. So I am very glad to see the FTC rule on non-competes, and I think the stories that you told, Dr. Toussaint and Ms. Haley Page, really demonstrated. To think that with these non-competes, you would lose not only your livelihood, but even your identity because you're sort of trapped in this agreement that in many cases I hear over and over again, people don't even really understand what it is that they're signing and what long-term implications it has. I want to just turn first to Dr. Sherholtz. Could you, as I understand it, as you testified, 1 in 5 workers in this country have been covered by non-competes. Why is it important that the FTC rule covers such a very broad range of workers? Because I think maybe most Americans can sort of understand that if you were like a top-notch scientist working for a big company, that you shouldn't be able to take that, those trade secrets and go to another company. But that's not what we're talking about here, is it?
Oh, is this on? This is on.
Yeah.
So non-competes, the evidence shows that they are not just applying to people that are who make high wages, who may be the ones that are most likely to have access to trade secrets, that they really are even prevalent among very low wage workers. Like there's one study that shows that the median person who's affected by a non-compete is an hourly worker who makes $14 an hour. So they really do run the gamut. Mm-hmm. And then the other thing is, it's really important to ban non-competes, though, across the board, not just for low-wage workers, but across the board. And one of the reasons is higher wage workers, they're the ones who are actually in the position to be the most likely to actually be able to negotiate. They're not the 25-year-old, right? Like they can potentially negotiate over their full employment package, including restrictive covenants like non-compete. So I'm less worried about the wage suppressing effects from non-competes among high wage workers, but I'm deeply worried about the other economic harms from non-competes amongst high wage workers. Reducing business formation, declines in productivity, declines in innovation, increases in prices. So it is incredibly important when we think about the broader economic impact that we have this very broad ban of non-compete.
So I want to get to sort of follow up on that because I think we could hear from Dr. Toussaint and Ms. Haley Page about the kind of the impact that this had on them. And I'm thinking about my home state of Minnesota. In 2023, the state passed a legislation to ban new non-compete clauses in employment agreements. And with that action, they became the 4th state to prohibit these clauses, a very important step forward. Interestingly, the Minneapolis Fed says, as you were testifying, they expect that this change will support worker mobility and also yield other economic benefits, as we've been talking about. But what was really interesting is as they talked with lower and middle wage workers, so maybe people just getting started out, people who were not at the senior executive level, who had worked under non-competes, here's what they found. that the stress and anxiety were common experiences for workers as they struggled to kind of figure out what come to terms with what they had agreed to. There's a really interesting example of that with a cosmetologist. Cosmetologist leaves her employer. She was very careful not to tell her old clients that she was leaving, and nor where she was going to work next. She was told, like, you can't even accept those clients, again, unless you're providing a different service, like you're doing their hair instead of doing their makeup. And so some of those clients came to her, and then her previous employer reaches out to her and says, hey, stop it. You can't do any work for any of those people at all going forward. And of course, this creates huge worry and anxiety for her. I mean, how common do you see, I mean, this is maybe for any of you, how common do you think it is, this sort of level of intense worry and anxiety that this cosmetologist experienced, according to the Minneapolis Fed?
I'm happy to go first. I will. So it's very, very common. And one of the things that sort of underscores this is that non-competes actually have a chilling effect on worker mobility, on business formation, even in states where they are not enforceable. Mm-hmm. The very existence of a non-compete actually deters workers from leaving a job, from forming a new business.
You just don't feel like you have as much
for the reason that you said, right? Like the threat, litigation is incredibly expensive, and both financially and otherwise. And it has just the threat of that is actually what businesses use to enforce their non-competes, right, rather than lawsuits themselves.
Thank you. I know I'm out of time, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Tim.
I'm the chair now.
Thanks, Tim. Dr. Toussaint, you're an orthopedic surgeon, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. Where'd you go to med school?
I went to medical school at NYU, sir.
Okay. And I think you said you were at the top of your class.
Yes, sir.
And then you trained at Harvard.
That is correct.
And then you joined other orthopods in a practice, right?
That is correct.
How many orthopedic surgeons were in your class? Were in your practice, rather?
I don't recall the number of orthopedic surgeons specifically, but there were approximately 25 partners within the group.
And you were a partner?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And a private equity company came in and said they wanted to buy you. Is that right?
That is correct.
And you and your partner sold, right?
That is correct.
And they paid you a bunch of money, right?
They paid me some money, sir. That is correct.
Yeah. How much did you walk away with?
I walked away with nothing.
No, when they bought your practice, you were a partner. You were paid, right?
Right at that point, sir, I did not walk away, but I was.
Well, I didn't strike the walk away. How much did you personally gain from the sale to the private equity group?
I'm not allowed to disclose the details of the transaction, sir.
Was it over? Why not?
Because that is part of the transaction's restrictive agreement, sir.
Was it over $1 million?
I'm not allowed to say, sir.
Was it over $2 million?
I'm not allowed to say the amount.
It was a lot of money, though, wasn't it?
I do not believe it was worth my freedom, sir.
But you did at the time.
I did not, sir.
Okay. Why'd you sign the agreement?
Because it was, for the lack of a better term, I was compelled to sign the agreement in order to fall in line with the group, sir.
Here's why I think you signed the agreement, and I don't mean to offend you.
It's okay.
I've seen these kind of transactions before. This is going on all over the country.
That is correct.
I think the private equity group came in and offered you and your partners a huge sum of money in the millions. And I think you took it. And I think later you regretted it. And you wanted out of the deal. And I think that violates the freedom of contract. And I will bet, no offense, doctor, but I will bet that you wouldn't be willing to give back the millions of dollars that you took away from the sale in order to get back your freedom to practice.
Can I respond?
Sure.
If I may respond, thank you for the opportunity to respond to your question, sir. I have to say that, number one, I was not in favor of the sale. That's number one.
Uh-huh.
And then number two, I have to disagree with your final statement without giving away any details. But I can say in my personal experience that is false, sir.
Okay. You took the money, though, didn't you?
The thing that I disagree with, sir, is whether or not I gave it back.
Yeah, but did you take the money?
I gave it back, sir.
You gave back all the money that the private equity group paid you.
As part of the
Is that your testimony?
as part of the settlement, I have to say that I had to buy out of the non-compete.
Yeah, I don't want to play GameStop, but
Yes, sir.
when the private equity guys came in and said, we want to buy you out, you might have disagreed with your partners, but it sounds like they outvoted you.
That's correct.
You could have left the practice then. You chose not to. You chose to take the money, did you not?
If I chose to leave the practice, sir, I would have had to leave
I understand.
the state.
I get that. But you took the money, did you not? Decided to leave Tesla. General Motors hired him away. Said, we'll pay you $50 billion a year. Because we, General Motors, are sucking wind. And they are. But if we sign you up, we want an employment contract, and we're going to show you all our intellectual property. And we're going to insist that you sign a non-compete agreement. Now, you got General Motors, you got Elon Musk, one of the wealthiest, if not the wealthiest, people in the world. Why should those two not be allowed to negotiate an employment contract, including a non-compete agreement?
As I explained to Ms. Smith, I'm less worried about wage suppressing effects of non-competes on very high wage workers. Obviously, Elon Musk would be able to negotiate a non-compete with a new employer. He
Would
has
you have
incredible.
any problem saying that's okay?
There are other options for
Yeah, but would you
GM.
have a problem?
I would have a deep problem with saying that's okay because what we're
You're
talking
just against all non-competes.
because of their effects on the economy, their effects on negative effects on workers, negative effects on consumers, and negative effects on the economy more broadly.
I just don't think you're very objective. I don't think you're a very objective witness. It's been my experience that most of these issues, there are always two sides. And no offense, you're entitled to your opinion. I enjoyed listening to you, but I can tell from your breathless presentation that you just feel passionately about this, and I respect that, but I think you're kind of blinded by your ideology. That's just my point of view. But I thank you for being here. And I went way over. Give Tina more time. Because she stayed within her limits, and I went way over. And I got to go vote.
All right. Thank you. So nearly 30 million people, as you talked about, Dr. Sherholtz, since I tend to think you are driven by data, and that's what's important here, are trapped in non-compete agreements. Corporations use non-compete agreements to hold workers hostage. It prevents them from either starting a competing business or going to work for another employer. So a worker who has a non-compete faces two bad options: stay stuck in a job that you really want to leave, or upend your life to break free from the non-compete by moving away from your current job, changing your career, leaving the workforce, or risking an expensive years-long battle in court. I believe that workers should have the freedom to switch jobs. They should be able to seek higher wages, better working conditions, and if they so choose, to start their own businesses. But big businesses want to control workers and stifle competition, even if it hurts our economy as a whole. Dr. Toussaint, if you had to sign a non-compete agreement when your medical practice was bought by a private equity company, and can you just say a little more? You talked about this a bit in your opening statement, but how broad this was. This was not a non-compete that said, you can't go right next door and open the same practice under almost the same name. How broad was your non-compete? What all did it cover?
Thank you for the question. It's important to note that the private equity group at the time was located in 3 states, Colorado, Arizona, and Florida. My non-compete specifically said that I would be restricted from practicing orthopedic surgery within 25 miles of any facility in which they are doing business, any facility that they had previously done any business, any facility that they are currently targeting for expansion within the entire state that I am currently living in, which is Florida, and then any facility that they have had discussions with in thinking of acquiring in the future. And this would be valid for approximately 2 years. So we're talking 3 states, and in my specific location, at the time I was one of 2 surgeons covering specialized treatment for over 850,000 people, most of which are within rural counties. I thought that was insane.
All right. So they have barred you basically from practicing medicine in any of these 3 states. And I detect from the way they wrote it, in case they were thinking about any other states, you would also be covered in those. But I take it was more than just a prohibition on going into private practice. When you were offered a job at a publicly funded academic hospital, what happened? Can you say again about what happened when you tried to accept that job?
Right. Unfortunately, as part of their agreement, they wanted me to give a copy of the employment agreement and non-compete clause to every employer that I was having a discussion with. So that's essentially like a scarlet letter or basically a mark against me to say that if you want to hire this doctor, despite his specialized training, you're going to have to go through us. And we are in multiple areas across the United States.
Right. And so now let's talk about what go through us turned out to mean. In fact, you were able to go become a teacher of other doctors, which is obviously not a direct competition originally. So calling this a non-compete, it shows how much it is stretched out in terms of how much it restricts you from doing. But what was the consequence of the you have to go through us part of this contract? How did you ultimately end up going to work for the university?
Thankfully, the university and the community needed me more than they wanted me out of town. I unfortunately had to engage a number of community leaders, including the NAACP, and a lot of my patients to go and support me in this effort to be able to work. If I didn't do that, I would have to relocate out of the state, and I would have missed out on a number of collaborations within the university.
You know, I just want to say, we talk about what happens to an employee who's stuck in one of these non-competes, but you have given us a perfect example of how those non-competes end up hurting communities, in your case, end up hurting patients, others that you serve. And in this case, I just want to underscore, communities are served now by the more than 37% of physicians across this country who are currently bound by non-competes. So unless you go through the person who owns that contract, these are whole communities that could lose access to the physicians that have served them so well. So you had folks on your side who were able to weigh in so that you ultimately were able to go to the university. Ms. Page, let me turn to you. Your former employer used a non-compete to keep you from designing wedding dresses, whether it was under your name or some other name. Can you just say something about what that meant both for you and for your brides?
Thank you for your question, Senator Warren. It was devastating and disheartening. I am in an industry that relies on an emotional purchase, and there is an authentic connection made when saying yes to the dress. And to have that tarnished or severed is almost as if we're putting a veil over what's really happening. And in my experience, it was truly difficult to imagine how you could communicate and make that connection to a bride if not only I couldn't express myself creatively in the way that I thought I could, but I couldn't even use my name or practice the trade. It was interesting, I think, too, from the business perspective, because we are a wholesale business and all of these stores had invested specifically in a designer collection. And so when the designer was no longer behind the dresses, they were affected. They felt the residual stress of, how do I explain to the consumer and the brides coming in the doors that this dress no longer has the Haley Page behind it? And obviously, when you invest that kind of money in your business and you're unable to sell the merchandise or feel ethically icky in doing so, it creates a really big void in the marketplace.
Right. So hard on patients, hard on brides, hard on the other small businesses that have built up around you and your brand, wanting to sell those Haley Page gowns. Can you just say one more word about it, though? I thought about when I first heard about your story, what it must feel like if you're a pianist and you're not allowed to play the piano, if you're a painter and you're not allowed to paint, if you're a wedding gown designer and you have been told you cannot make wedding gowns. There are other things you can do in life, but that has been crossed off your list for years. Can you just say a little bit about how that feels?
Yes, thank you for your question, Senator Warren. It was soul crushing, but what's interesting about my case is that it was challenging my identity from 3 different factors. I was unable to use my birth name, I was severed connection to my social media community, and I was withheld from my trade. Of all 3 of those things that are extremely hard to wrestle with and digest, not being able to practice my trade was the most emotional and hard to overcome. And in that moment, I had realized how much of my identity came from my craft. And I think when you devote yourself to a craft, part of you becomes that craft. And it really did feel like a severing of who I was. And I'm so grateful, of course, for the support I received. But it was also particularly devastating to feel the confidence and the height I was at in my career. Not very many people can perform at that level. And that is something that should be celebrated. And as a woman who struggles with insecurity, to feel like you're really good at something, but you're not allowed to do it. And then you have these amazing women that want to see you do it, but then you can't deliver. It's emotional and devastating.
So, Dr. Sherholtz, you've just heard from 2 people who have lived through experiences with non-competes. Each of them have fought back, and they have mustered communities around them and been able to hit back. But talk just a little bit about the effect of these non-competes across our economy.
Yep. Yeah, the things that Ms. Page and Dr. Toussaint experience, they're just all too common. Non-competes restrict workers' ability for starting a business, for practicing their craft in their community, for taking another job in their community. And economy-wide, when you put the data to it, what you find is that reduces business formation, it reduces worker mobility, and then those things reduce productivity, they reduce innovation, they increase prices, and they reduce workers' wages. So we can see how this played out in these folks' lives. And then when you look more broadly at the economy, it's just incredibly harmful on all measures.
Well, I'm very grateful to you, too, for telling your stories, and very grateful to you, Dr. Sherholtz, for just describing and putting the context all across our economy. The Biden-Harris administration has taken historic action to ban non-compete agreements. And right now, It is fighting back against the Chamber of Commerce and these giant corporations that continue every day to profit off non-compete agreements. Now, one of the things I want us to turn to now, I'm just going to give myself a second round of questions here since I don't have anyone competing with me for this time. I want to talk about what the Biden-Harris administration is doing here and how it is a game changer to ban non-competes. By giving workers the freedom to move jobs and to start new businesses, employers are going to have to change what they do. They're going to actually have to compete for workers. Workers' earnings, we believe, will increase collectively by about $400 billion over the next decade, according to the FTC. A typical worker, it would be about $500 more that worker could take on. And the American economy will be more dynamic and innovative with about 8,500 more new businesses and tens of thousands more new patents if people can get out of these non-competes and go out and either start their own businesses or go into business with someone else or work for someone else. We get this massive economic.
It's been the privilege of my life to serve this nation for over 50 years. Nowhere else on earth could a kid with a stutter from modest beginnings in Scranton, Pennsylvania, and Claremont, Delaware, one day sit behind the resolute desk in the Oval Office as President of the United States. But here I am. That's what's so special about America. We're a nation of promise and possibilities.
Good for the economy, but big corporations are unhappy about this rule. So what they say is they could do a rule, but they want a rule that is narrower and more complex. More like Senator Kennedy was talking about on, well, maybe a case here, maybe a case there, but a lot of very complex rules about how to make that work. Dr. Toussaint.
So I just had a frank and constructive meeting with Prime Minister Netanyahu. I told him that I will always ensure that Israel is able to defend itself, including from Iran and Iran-backed militias such as Hamas and Hezbollah. From when I was a young girl collecting funds to plant trees for Israel, to my time in the United States Senate and now at the White House, I have had an unwavering commitment to the existence of the State of Israel, to its security, and to the people of Israel. I've said it many times, but it bears repeating. Israel has a right to defend itself, and how it does so matters. Hamas is a brutal terrorist organization. On October 7, Hamas triggered this war when it massacred 1,200 innocent people, including 44 Americans. Hamas has committed horrific acts of sexual violence and took 250 hostages. There are American citizens who remain captive in Gaza. Nutra, and the remains of American citizens Judy Weinstein, Gad Haggai, and Itai Hen are still being held in Gaza. I have met with the families of these American hostages multiple times now, and I've told them each time they are not alone, and I stand with them. And President Biden and I are working every day to bring them home. I also expressed with the Prime Minister my serious concern about the scale of human suffering in Gaza, including the death of far too many innocent civilians. And I made clear my serious concern about the dire humanitarian situation there, with over 2 million people facing high levels of food insecurity, and 500,000 people facing catastrophic levels of acute food insecurity. What has happened in Gaza over the past 9 months is devastating. The images of dead children and desperate, hungry people fleeing for safety, sometimes displaced for the second, third, or fourth time. We cannot look away in the face of these tragedies. We cannot allow ourselves to become numb to the suffering, and I will not be silent. Thanks to the leadership of our President, Joe Biden, there is a deal on the table for a ceasefire and a hostage deal. And it is important that we recall what the deal involves. The first phase of the deal would bring about a full ceasefire, including a withdrawal of the Israeli military from population centers in Gaza. In the second phase, the Israeli military would withdraw from Gaza entirely, and it would lead to a permanent end to the hostilities. It is time for this war to end, and end in a way where Israel is secure, all the hostages are released, the suffering of Palestinians in Gaza ends, and the Palestinian people can exercise their right to freedom, dignity, and self-determination. There has been hopeful movement in the talks to secure an agreement on this deal. And as I just told Prime Minister Netanyahu, it is time to get this deal done. So to everyone who has been calling for a ceasefire, and to everyone who yearns for peace, I see you and I hear you. Let's get the deal done so we can get a ceasefire to end the war. Let's bring the hostages home. And let's provide much-needed relief to the Palestinian people. And ultimately, I remain committed to a path forward that can lead to a two-state solution. And I know right now it is hard to conceive of that prospect, but a two-state solution is the only path that ensures Israel remains a secure, Jewish, and democratic state, and one that ensures Palestinians can finally realize the freedom, security, and prosperity that they rightly deserve. And I will close with this then. It is important for the American people to remember the war in Gaza is not a binary issue. However, too often the conversation is binary, when the reality is anything but. So I ask my fellow Americans to help encourage efforts to acknowledge the complexity, the nuance, and the history of the region. Let us all condemn terrorism and violence. Let us all do what we can to prevent the suffering of innocent civilians, and let us condemn anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, and hate of any kind. And let us work to unite our country. I thank you.
Distinguished guests, the President of the United States, Joe Biden.
Hey, buddy. Thank you. Please be seated. Well, good evening. We just concluded this year's NATO summit, and the consensus among the members was it was a great success. It was especially momentous because it represented the 75th year of the most important military defense alliance in the world's history of the world. We should never forget that NATO grew out of the wreckage of World War II, the most destructive war in history. The idea was to create an alliance of free and democratic nations that would commit themselves to a compact of collective defense. Standing together, they knew we'd all be safer. An attack on one would be treated as an attack on all. And it's worked because a would-be aggressor knows if they attack one of us, they'll be attacked by all of us. Sending that message is the best way to deter aggression and prevent wars in the first place. For those who thought NATO's time had passed, they got a rude awakening when Putin invaded Ukraine. Some of the oldest and deepest fears in Europe roared back to life because once again, a murderous madman was on the march. But this time, no one cowered in appeasement, especially the United States. We collected intelligence that Russia was planning to invade Ukraine months before the invasion. I directed the intelligence community to be a significant amount of intelligence be declassified so I could start building an international coalition to oppose the invasion. Then in February, some of you remember, I warned the world that the invasion was imminent. I rallied a coalition of 50 nations from Europe to Asia to help Ukraine defend itself. Many foreign policy experts thought, as Putin amassed Russian forces just 100 miles north of Kyiv, the capital of Ukraine, but Putin thought it was the mother home of Russia. The capital would fall in less than a week. But the Ukrainian people, backed by a coalition to help build, stopped them. Today, Kyiv still stands, and NATO stands stronger than it has ever been. During the week of this summit, several heads of states made it a point in their statements to thank the United States and to thank me personally for all that NATO has achieved. NATO is not only stronger, NATO is bigger because we led the charge to bring in Finland and Sweden into the alliance, and it makes a gigantic difference. Excuse me. Meanwhile, my predecessor has made it clear he has no commitment to NATO. He's made it clear that he would feel no obligation to honor Article 5. He's already told Putin, and I quote, "Do whatever the hell you want." In fact, the day after Putin invaded Ukraine, here's what he said. It was genius. It was wonderful. Some of you forgot that, but that's exactly what he said. But I made it clear, a strong NATO is essential to American security. And I believe the obligation of Article 5 is sacred. And I would remind all Americans, Article 5 is invoked only once in NATO's long history, and that was to defend America after 9/11. I made it clear that I will not bow down to Putin. I will not walk away from Ukraine. I will keep NATO strong. That's exactly what we did, and exactly what we'll continue to do. Now, the future of American policy is up to the American people. This is much more than a political question. It's more than that. It's a national security issue. Don't reduce this to the usual testament that people talk about, issues of being a political campaign. It's far too important. It's about the world we live in for decades to come. Every American must ask herself or himself, is the world safer with NATO? Are you safer? Is your family safer? I believe the American people know. The answer to all those questions is yes. And I believe the American people understand that America is stronger because of our alliances. I believe the American consensus from Truman to Reagan to me still holds today. America cannot retreat from the world. We must lead the world. We're an indispensable nation, as Madeleine Albright wrote. Now let me turn to three other key issues. Just this morning, we had a great economic report showing inflation is down. Overall prices fell last month. Core inflation is the lowest it's been in 3 years. Prices are falling for cars, appliances, and airfares. Grocery prices have fallen since the start of the year. We're going to keep working to take down corporate greed to bring those prices down further. Meanwhile, Trump's calling for a 10% tariff on everything Americans buy, including food from overseas, vegetables, and other necessities. And economists tell us that that would cost the average American working family another $2,500 a year. It's a tax of $2,500 a year. Second, our efforts to secure the border, southern border, is working. After Trump killed the bipartisan effort to secure the border, Republicans and Democrats had worked on, because he thought it would benefit me and make him a loser, Republicans walked away. So I took executive action last month. As a consequence, working with Mexico, border encounters have gone down over 50%. The current level is lower today than when Trump left office. Third, for months, the United States has been working to secure a ceasefire in Gaza, to bring the hostages home, to create a path for peace and stability in the Middle East. 6 weeks ago, I laid out a detailed plan in writing. It was endorsed by the UN Security Council, the G7. That framework is now agreed on by both Israel and Hamas. So I sent my team to the region to hammer out the details. These are difficult, complex issues. There's still gaps to close, but we're making progress. The trend is positive, and I'm determined to get this deal done and bring an end to this war, which should end now. Let me conclude where I began. We're the United States of America. We are the indispensable nation. Our leadership matters. Our partnerships matter. This moment matters. We must rise to meet it. With that, I'll take your questions. I've been given a list of people to call on here. Reuters, Jeff Mason.
Mr. President, your political future has hung over the NATO summit a little bit this week. Speaker Pelosi made a point of suggesting that your decision on whether to stay in the race was still open. George Clooney and a handful of lawmakers have called on you to step aside. Reuters is reporting tonight that UAW leadership is concerned about your ability to win.
UAW just endorsed me, but go ahead.
Thank you. My question for you is, how are you incorporating these developments into your decision to stay? And separately, what concerns do you have about Vice President Harris's ability to beat Donald Trump if she were at the top of the ticket?
Look, I wouldn't have picked Vice President Trump to be vice president, but I think she was not qualified to be president. So let's start there. Number one. The fact is that the consideration is that I think I'm the most qualified person to run for president. I beat him once, and I will beat him again. Secondly, the idea, I served in the Senate a long time. The idea that senators and congressmen running for office worry about the ticket is not unusual. And I might add, there are at least 5 presidents running or incumbent presidents who had lower numbers than I have now, later in the campaign. So there's a long way to go in this campaign. And so I'm just going to keep moving. And because, look, I got more work to do. We've got more work to finish. There's so much, we made so much progress. Think about it. Think about where we are economically relative to the rest of the world. Name me a world leader who wouldn't want to trade places with our economy. We've created over 800,000 manufacturing jobs, 1.5 million jobs. I mean, so things are moving. We got more to go. Working class people still need help. Corporate greed is still at large. Their prices, the corporate profits have doubled since the pandemic. They're coming down. And so I'm optimistic about where things are going. Danny Kemp, AFP.
Thanks. Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to ask you about you mixed up Presidents Zelensky and Putin earlier today. And you now have sort of your key allies, including the British Prime Minister, the President of France, and the German Chancellor having to step in and make excuses for you on that. And officials here are saying off the record that your decline has become noticeable. Hasn't this now, frankly, become damaging for America's standing in the world? Thank you.
Did you see any damage to our standing in my leading this conference? Have you seen a more successful conference? What do you think? And the Putin piece, I was talking about Putin, and I said, and now, at the very end, I said, here, I mean, Putin. I said, no, I'm sorry, Zelensky. And then I added 5 other names. Look, guys, the idea anybody suggests that we haven't had an incredibly successful conference. How many times did you hear in that conference, I know it sounds too self-serving, but other leaders, heads of state, in thanking me, saying the reason we're together is because of Biden, because Biden did the following. Look, folks, this is, well, anyway, I thought it was the most successful conference I've attended in a long time, and find me a world leader who didn't think it was. Next one, Nancy Cordes, CBS.
Thank you, Mr. President. You mentioned other instances in history where presidents have faced a challenge, but what makes this moment in history so unique is that it is not your enemies who are calling on you to reconsider your decision to stay in the race. It's your friends, supporters, people who think you've done a great job over the past 4 years. Have you spent time thinking about what it would mean for your legacy, which you've worked decades to build, if you stay in the race, despite the concerns that voters say they have, and you lose to someone who you yourself have argued is unfit to return to the Oval Office?
Well, look, I'm not in this for my legacy. I'm in this to complete the job I started. As you recall, understandably, many of you and many economists thought my initial initiatives that I put forward, can't do that, it's going to cause inflation, things are going to skyrocket, the debt's going to go up. What are you hearing now from mainstream economists? 16 economic Nobel laureates said I've done a hell of a job. That under my plans so far and what's going to happen in the future if I'm reelected, that things are going to get much better. Our economy is growing. I was determined when I got elected to stop the trickle-down economic theory, that if the wealthy did very well, everybody else would do well. My dad was a well-read, decent guy. I don't remember much trickling down on his kitchen table. Middle-class people and working-class people need help. And so what happened is I decided to was able to implement as president what I believed when I was a senator. And that is that the way to build this economy is from the middle out and the bottom up. That way we grow the economy. And the wealthy still do very well. They do fine. And guess what? Find me an economist, a mainstream economist who said we haven't done well. What have we not done that isn't working right now? And so we got more to do, though. We got to finish the job. And by the way, I come from the corporate state of the world. Delaware has more corporations registered in Delaware than every other state in the nation combined. I'm not anti-corporate, but corporate profits have doubled since the pandemic, doubled. It's time things get back in order a little bit. It's time, for example, if I'm reelected, we're going to make sure that rents are kept at 5% increase in corporate rents for apartments and the like and homes are limited to 5%. We're going to make a lot of changes that I've been talking about because we're going to continue to grow this economy. And by the way, I know, remember how I got so roundly criticized for being so pro-union, not labor, union. Well, guess what? I've been the most pro-union labor president in history. Not a joke. And guess what? We had the Treasury Department do a study. When unions do better, everybody does better. Everybody does better. And we talk about how, for example, remember when we talked about getting the computer chip industry back in the United States? Used to be 40% of the industry. We invented the chip. 40% of the industry was in the United States. And former presidents decided that the best way to do it is find the cheapest labor in the world, send the product over there and import what the product was. And so what did I do? I was told not to go over to to Asia, including Europe, but Asia. And I remember going to South Korea, convincing them to invest $20 billion in the United States to build computer chip factories. And I asked why when they finally decided to do it. And the answer was because you have the safest economy in the world and you have the best workers in the world. So the whole idea here is we've invested, there's over $50 billion in investment in computer chip manufacturing just coming into being. None of you thought that would happen. None of you thought that would happen. But it's happening. It's happening. and it's going to grow economies. All three, and by the way, red states and blue states. Matter of fact, there's as much in red states as blue states. I've made no distinction. So my generic point is that the idea that we can't continue to build and grow the economy, make it fairer. And like I said, from my standpoint, when the middle class does well, that's when the whole economy grows. The poor have a shot, the wealthy do well, but the wealthy got to start paying their taxes.
As a follow-up, sir, you mentioned that your Vice President Kamala Harris would be ready to serve on day one. Can you elaborate on that? What is it about her attributes and her accomplishments over the last 4 years that make her ready to serve on day one if necessary?
First of all, the way she's handled the issue of freedom of women's bodies to have control over their bodies. Secondly, her ability to handle almost any issue on the board. This was a hell of a prosecutor. She was a first-rate person, and in the Senate, she was really good. I wouldn't have picked her unless I thought she was qualified to be president. From the very beginning, I made no bones about that. She is qualified to be president. That's why I picked her. Felicia Schwartz, Financial Times.
Thank you, Mr. President. Presidency is the most straining job in the world, and it's 24/7. How can you say you'll be up for that next year, in 2 years, in 4 years, given the limits you've acknowledged that you have today?
The limits I've acknowledged I have?
There's been reporting that you've acknowledged that you need to go to bed earlier and your evening around 8.
That's not true. Look, what I said was, instead of my every day starting at 7 and going to bed at midnight, it'd be smarter for me to pace myself a little more. And I said, for example, the 8, 7, 6 stuff, instead of starting a fundraiser at 9 o'clock, start at 8 o'clock. People get to go home by 10 o'clock. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about, and if you looked at my schedule since I made that stupid mistake in the campaign, in the debate, I mean, my schedule has been full bore. I've done, where's Trump been? Riding around in his golf cart, filling out his scorecard before he hits the ball? I mean, look, he's done virtually nothing. And I have, I don't know how many, don't hold me to it, roughly 20 major events. Some with thousands of people showing up. And so I just think it's better. I always have an inclination, whether I was playing sports or doing politics, just to keep going, not stop. I just got to pace myself a little more. Pace myself. And the next debate, I'm not going to be traveling into 15 time zones a week before. Anyway, that's what it was about. That's what it was about. And by the way, even with that, I love my staff, but they add things all the time. At the very end, I'm catching hell from my wife for that. Anyway, I'm sorry, Zeke Miller, Associated Press.
Thank you, Mr. President. 2 questions for you. First, on the NATO summit, President Zelensky, in your meeting with him, he pressed you to lift your limitations on the Ukrainian use of American weapons, saying that, in his public remarks afterwards, saying that Ukraine cannot win the war unless those limitations are lifted. Are you reconsidering your position on that? And then secondly, following up on Felicia's question there, leaders of your own party have said that they're not worried about that debate. They're worried about the next bad night and the bad night after that. How can you reassure the American people that you are up to the task and that there won't be more bad nights at a debate stage or somewhere else?
First thing about Zelensky asking for the ability to strike deep into Russia. We've allowed Zelensky to use American weapons in the near term and the near abroad into Russia. Whether or not he should be attacked. For example, should Zelensky, he's not. If he had the capacity to strike Moscow, strike the Kremlin, would that make sense? It wouldn't. The question is, what's the best use of the weaponry he has and the weaponry we're getting to him? I've gotten a more long-range capacity as well as defensive capacity. And so our military is where I'm following the advice of my commander-in-chief, the chief of staff of the military, as well as the Secretary of Defense and our intelligence people. And we're making a day-to-day basis on what they should and shouldn't go, how far they should go in. That's a logical thing to do. Second question related to
bad nights, sir. How can you reassure the American people that you won't have more bad nights, whether they be on a debate stage or it's a matter of foreign policy?
Well, I tell you what, the best way to assure them is the way I assure myself. And that is, am I getting the job done? Am I getting the job done? Can you name me somebody who's got more major piece of legislation passed in 3.5 years? I created 2,000 jobs just last week. So if I slow down, I can't get the job done. That's a sign that I shouldn't be doing it. But there's no indication of that yet. None. What do we got here? Merrick, Pulaski Radio.
Thank you, Mr. President. How are you?
I'm well.
The elections in the US have consequences around the world. You have pretty high standing in Europe. I just asked President Macron about you, and he said we are happy to have him as the President of the United States. But there is a concern. Many people in Poland and across Europe are worried that the former president may win the election. And there's a lot of concern that Donald Trump may weaken NATO, stop supporting Ukraine, or push Ukraine to give up territories to Russia.
They're correct.
And yourself was warning just a few minutes ago about it. So my question is, do you think that Europe will be left on its own if Donald Trump wins the election? And what's your advice to European leaders to prepare for possible US disengagement?
Well, look, I think, how can I say this without sounding too self-serving? I'm not having any of my European allies come up to me and say, Joe, don't run. What I hear them say is, you've got to win. You can't let this guy come forward. It'd be a disaster. It'd be a disaster. I mean, I think he said in one of his rallies, don't hold me to this, recently, where NATO, I just learned about NATO or something to that effect. Foreign policy has never been his strong point. And he seems to have an affinity to people who are authoritarian. That worries, as I tell you from Poland, that worries Europe. That worries Poland. And nobody, including the people of Poland, think that if he wins in Ukraine, he's going to stop in Ukraine, that that's going to be the end of it. And so what I can say is, I think I'm the best qualified person to do